And one last look at your traffic and weather from the Wetzel's Automotive Traffic Center. Some accidents to report. Still out at I-20 eastbound in Monticello with 2 left lanes blocked. One at Pilgrim Church Road, North Lake Drive. 601 near Garner's Ferry. Broad River Road near Woodrow. And have some flooding at the intersection of Broad River and Kennerly. And then another accident between Longtown Parkway and Longtown Road right there at Clemson. Today, believe the rain is done. Should be cloudy with a high of 83. Chance for showers tomorrow and Sunday as temperatures dip to 70 and 72, respectively. That's your traffic and weather. Wetzel's Automotive Traffic Center here on the early game. Oh, 9 o'clock on your Friday morning. Welcome in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Ed and Jack Filtry. You know, this is making me jealous of our guy, Connor Marty, and that he was at the Metallica concert the other day at Lane Stadium, and we weren't.
Yeah, I wish we were there. That honestly, man, it looked like a great show. I mean, just Enter Sandman is the highlight of the night, but Metallica also has so many other good songs. So
the best video I've seen was put out by I think just VT Athletics, which was like shot from the perspective of the stage. Mm-hmm. Oh, it was cool.
Oh, I mean, it looks so sick.
10 out of 10. Again, Enter Sandman's cool enough with what they do for football games, but having Metallica actually there playing it, that's phenomenal. And again, very jealous of Connor Marty and of Hokies on SI, who told us the other day he was at that concert, and what a moment.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely phenomenal.
We could spend the next hour talking about Metallica as opposed to what happened last night on both diamonds, because I feel like that might be a little bit more fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You want to start with the lesser of the two evils?
Well, first off, let's start with some good vibes with the Sandstorm Pick Me Up.
Yes.
And then we'll rip off one Band-Aid and discuss it's not really detrimental, but the tough game to watch last night for softball.
Yes.
It's not the end of the world. Like they're fine. Just wasn't a fun game to watch. Mm-hmm. Is that fair?
Yeah. And then we'll get into the other thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
That other thing. What's below rock bottom?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about this the other day because I'm like, A&M was rock bottom, so 50 feet below that and then 100 feet under. I mean, I feel like I was watching the Bad News Bears sequel that just hasn't come out yet, but
yeah, that we're gonna.
But we'll get into it. We're gonna
unpack all of it. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
But while we're on the good vibes, we'll kick things off with our Sandstorm Pick Me Up.
Time to get hyped.
Here's your 9 a.m. Sandstorm.
Sponsored by George Sink Injury Lawyers. Just call all nines.
Oh, it is time for your 9 a.m. Sandstorm Pick Me Up, brought to you by South Carolina's largest injury law firm, George Sink Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in the car or at work, call George Sink now at 803-ALL-9s. Yeah, if you were cheering for the Diamond Sports for Gamecocks yesterday, not a fun evening. We'll start things off with the like you said, lesser of the two evils, with softball out in the SEC tournament in Athens, taking on the number 1 team in the nation, the number 2 seed in the tournament, that being Texas A&M. And, I give credit where it's due. Back and forth there in the early going. South Carolina found their way to claw back into it, make the game competitive. It's just mistake after mistake after mistake out there in the field, really compounded, and ended up being the 12-4 run rule loss.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to win games when you make 5 errors in the field. I mean, it's just a tough way to go out in the SEC tournament, considering you won in a pretty good fashion on what was it, Wednesday?
Yes.
Yeah, Wednesday. I'm getting my days mixed up, but
It's all running together.
it is running together at this point. But yeah, I mean, look, they played pretty well on Wednesday. I thought it was a pretty complete effort aside from the first inning. But last night was just a real disaster. I mean, it looked a lot like the Alabama game from last Thursday in a lot of ways. And, you know, A&M's a very good team, no doubt about it. Obviously the number one team in the country, but didn't have a ton of offensive production last night. I mean, you had 4 hits, which led to 4 RBIs, and you had 2 homers, but, I mean, nothing much going on, especially in the middle of the order there with Ariana Rhodey, the hero from Wednesday, and then Lexi Winters and Ella Chansey. They all went a combined 0 for 6. So that's tough, and then the pitching kind of got rocked a little bit too. So it's not the end of the world because you have so much more to play beyond this tournament. Like, winning this tournament would have only helped your chances of being a top 8 seed way more. Like, you would have been a lock at that point. But
Yeah.
now you go into this kind of wondering, you're on the borderline, I think. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be a top 8 seed, but they'll definitely be hosting.
And that's the thing for me is I'm not worried at all. And look, we've seen this team have rough games. I mean, again, they got run ruled by Alabama in last Thursday in Game 1 of that series, and obviously bounced back and won 2 games against them in that series, and obviously one against them on Wednesday as well. So we've seen them bounce back from tough losses, and that's the thing about when you have as good of a regular season as they had, when you're already solidly locked in to the NCAA tournament, you go into the SEC tournament just playing for seeding at that point. Yeah, if you would have beat Texas A&M last night, you would have been able to confidently say, okay, I think they're definitely going to be a top 8 seed. Now you got to wait a little bit, kind of see what happens with the rest of not only the SEC, but these other conference tournaments to see where you shake out. But at worst, you're still going to be in the top 10 somewhere when it comes to a hosting. So you might not be one of those coveted top 8 seeds, but you're still hosting a regional.
It's definitely going to be close. I wouldn't be shocked if they're not a top 8 seed just because, like, you look at again, I think if they didn't lose that series to Auburn, this would be a no-brainer. But, like, having that series loss does sting. And they've had a great year, man. They have all the accolades you can want on your resume to get that top 8 bid. But if you don't, it is not the end of the world, as I said, just because you'll be hosting. It's just you may have to go on the road for a super.
Yeah, again, I'm not worried about this team. I think they're going to be perfectly fine. When you get to the NCAA tournament, obviously that's the standard of what you have to beat if you want to win a national championship. So it's not going to be an easy road once they get deep into that thing. But again, they've had such a great regular season. We've seen them bounce back again. Sam Gress had a rough outing last Thursday and was able to bounce back and play fine on Saturday in that doubleheader. So I don't think that last night's going to shake her or Jordy Hurt or Neely Lamb with their performances on the mound. Obviously, you'd like to see the errors get cleaned up in the field because that was a big deal last night. But again, you got a little bit of time off now as you wait for your your assignment for the postseason, which will get rolling next week.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be fine. I mean, look, they know how to bounce back. They know how to deal with adversity. So they will learn from this, move on, and they'll have a little bit of time off here. But the next time they'll be playing, it's back at Beckham Field, more likely than not.
Then there's that other team.
Oh, joy. That was a baseball game last night?
A game took place. I really don't know how to describe it. I said this, I think, yesterday, because, again, you're cooked. Season's over. You're not playing for anything. There's no chance you're going to go on some crazy run and whoever. You're just trying to get to the end. But I said yesterday, like, the only objective I had for this team was don't go embarrass yourself. Because it felt like you had already done that enough this past weekend when you got slaughtered over the course of 3 games, but particularly on Sunday, got outscored 30-3 in, 16 innings?
Yeah.
Like, that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then to go out there and get shelled 24-2 last night on national television, no less. Like, again, I thought we were already at rock bottom, and I had to go back to grade school on this one. The core layers of the earth. Do you remember these?
Yeah, a little bit.
If we've already hit the crust as, like, the rock bottom, I think we've made our way down into, like, the outer core now.
Dude.
So the inner core is the very bottom, and I'm leaving room for that because you still got 6 more games to play and 5 against SEC opponents, so you can go lower. But I think we've made ourselves into the outer core of the earth at this point.
You know, this is I sat there. First off, let me just thank God I did not go to Auburn last night. I mean,
listen, nobody did.
No media did.
No media person wanted to drive to Auburn to watch this team get their butts handed to them, and I don't blame them.
No.
Why would you waste the gas? Why would you pay for a hotel, pay for food, go through all that trouble when you know what the outcome's going to be?
No, you don't make anything back on going on that trip. I mean, I saw a tweet last night that said, like there's usually at least 2 media members there, and then you have maybe 3 or 4 back in the day. That is no longer the case. Like no one wants to go cover this disaster in person. From home, different story, but and everyone was focused on softball last night, and I'm just sitting on my couch covering this game. I'm just laughing at how embarrassing this team has become. I mean, it is a sick joke how bad this season has been. I can't even. I thought a month ago A&M was going to be the worst of it. It has become so much worse, and I don't think it can. It's not going to be fixed this year.
It's one of those things and you mentioned, I thought the A&M thing and blowing that lead was bad enough, but getting shelled by Florida on Sunday in game 1, and then this, it's like they're trying to outdo themselves every single time because, and I may have even said this yesterday, I'm like, as long as you don't get beat by more than 22 runs or more than 19 runs, which is what happened on Sunday, then okay, you've done something. Well, they got beat by 22 last night. So, and I had to have fun with myself with this for a little bit because when you tweeted about Woy to hitting the home run to make it 24-2,
I thought the Chris Paul thing too.
It was the perfect comparison.
Oh, easily.
Because again, it's like, okay, you now went from being down 23 to being down 22. Congratulations.
Yep, great. That tells me right there they're not giving up. They're fighting till the end. Yeah, okay. I'm sure. Teams don't routinely get blown out. By 20 runs.
That shouldn't happen.
To really, I'm gonna give you guys a few facts here. So Sunday, game 1 when they lost 22-3, right?
Yep.
That was their worst margin of defeat since 1997 when they lost 30-7. I think it was Arkansas. Point is,
that lasted for 4 days.
That was 4 days ago. South Carolina shattered that in less than 4 days. I mean, and by the 3rd inning, Auburn, their leadoff hitter, had already hit 3 times. He drove in 5 runs with a home run and a double. And Auburn batted around 3 different innings. So that means every single guy got to hit at least once, some guys twice in an inning, in 3 of the first 5 innings.
And I think what makes this even worse when you look at the box score, there wasn't a single inning they scored double-digit runs. Because it's one thing if you're like, okay, it was like 11 runs in the 8th inning on Sunday in that game number 1. It's like, okay, well, it's not just you had one bad inning. No, you consistently had terrible inning after terrible inning because, by the way, South Carolina was up 1-0 at the end of the first in this one, which is funny. You gave up 5, 7, 3, and 9 over the next 4 innings to get run ruled.
You want to hear another crazy stat? When I initially looked at it last night, I'm like, okay, it's bad, but this is far worse looking at. I got to go back and actually correct it in my story. So Tyler Fitzer, who pitched in the 9-run inning.
Yep.
He gave up 10 runs last night. You want to guess what his ERA was? Actually, I'll just tell you. His ERA was at 4.
Yep.
4 on the dot last night coming into that outing. You want to know what his ERA moved up to after last night?
Go for it.
9. Hold on. I got to pull it up. 9.71 ERA.
Jesus.
For our math people out there, that's really hard to do. That's about a 5-point jump. And, we talk about the future of the program, and we hear that Paul Maneri's not going anywhere, which I don't believe until we see Jeremiah Donati say otherwise at the end of the year. It's one thing for the head coach to say it, but who knows how. I mean, you cannot watch this and just sit there. If you're the board of trustees, if you're Donati or whoever, you just can't sit here and be like, yeah, we're content with this. Absolutely not. I mean, the product in the field is nowhere near. It is a shell of what it was 10, 15 years ago when this program was winning College World Series. And it starts with with the head coach on the field and then the assistants. And I just feel terrible for the players above all else. I know they're not performing well, but I feel so bad for them. So
if Maneri's not going to leave, which again, according to him, he's not going anywhere. Somebody is. Again, somebody's got to be the scapegoat here. An assistant, Terry Rooney. minor league. This coaching staff is not going to look the same maybe by the end of the weekend, much less coming up next year. And again, I know Terry Rooney is Maneri's boy, and they've been together for a long time.
Who cares?
But you're going to have a tough conversation because, again, pitching has been the most glaring issue these past couple days. Hitting's not helped out itself, but when you're giving up 63 runs over 4 games, something's got to change, right?
No, I like Rooney. I like Terry. You know, he's been good to me and stuff, and talking to him. But the numbers have gotten worse. 9.12 ERA in 25 SEC games is a fireable offense. I don't care how you script it, and I know he's the recruiting coordinator, but who's going to want to come play for this team next year? I know I just wrote that story yesterday about all the recruits they have. Who is going to want to come play here when you see this on the field? It is embarrassing.
Yeah, and look, we're not going to spend any more time on it than we need to. Last night,
we got it out. We're good.
Was just another step below rock bottom, if you could believe it. We'll talk football coming up next because that's a whole lot more fun.
Ooh.
And we'll see what happens in a doubleheader today. See if they can avoid losing by 60 runs.
Yeah, well, everyone gets to enjoy their Saturday and Sunday. So
it is the Extra Point. Tyler Ed and Jack on your Friday here on the game.
was nothing that we directed him to do. That was nothing that we set up for him. That was, I saw it on social media like y'all did. And I said, okay, that's cool. But that was really Sewell, and I think that's just kind of the next step. And again, like I said the other night, I understand the NCAA has a lot on their plate, but there's a lot of things in the balance here, and it's something that we've been trying to get an answer on since January, and I think Sewell felt like that was the next thing to do to try and maybe just fast forward this thing along.
Welcome back in. It is The Extra Point. It's Head and Jack Belcher along with you here on your Friday on the game. That was Coach Beamer last night speaking at the Welcome Home event up in Greenville, of course, being asked the question in reference to Rasul Faison getting Darian Heitner, his legal representative, for his eligibility case with the NCAA. And you heard Beamer say there, hey, that had nothing to do with us. I learned about it just like you guys did on Twitter, and we'll see what happens. So I guess I kind of thought maybe he'd have some kind of involvement with it, but it sounds like that was Faison going out on his own. And again, fingers crossed, we'll see what happens.
I don't blame him. I mean, look, he's a, we talk about college players being kids and stuff, but I mean, they're basically in some way or some respect professional athletes with, getting paid now and stuff. And, Rasul has been around long enough to make, mature decisions. And this seems to be one right here where he's probably tired of waiting just more than anyone. And so I don't blame him for going out. Seeing that Miles Studi, had this guy, Darren, to, help him out with his eligibility, case with the medical hardship waiver. And, the hope is that this thing passes and he's able to come back, not come back, but play this year for South Carolina.
We'll wait and see. Hopefully it's a quick process, but again, with the NCAA, you never know. So fingers crossed on that one, and we'll wait a result hopefully here soon. I saw this yesterday. Since ESPN has taken over the SEC contract, we've seen a lot of shifts when it comes to the way they schedule a lot of things, particularly with Black Friday. Now, it seems like we're going to have a full SEC takeover of Black Friday this upcoming year, as the Egg Bowl, which was played there last year, again, historically usually played on Thanksgiving night, which I always loved, kind of wished it was still there, but they've moved the Egg Bowl to Black Friday at noon now. Georgia Tech, which played there last year, will be there again this year, this time in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And now the nightcap at 7:30 on ABC for Black Friday, Texas and Texas A&M. So you get three high-profile matchups. I'm assuming Georgia and Georgia Tech will be at 3:30, kind of as that middle game.
It is,
but you get three pretty high-profile matchups all day the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and I know State fans are not happy about the fact that they're playing at, I guess technically 11 a.m.
11 a.m. local kick.
Yeah.
After Thanksgiving the night before.
Yeah, and I think that just shows that they had it good with the Thanksgiving night kick. So that was their spot, but now it's not there. So I like it. I like the fact that the NFL has moved to a Black Friday game the last few years, and I like it too. But it's been on Prime, I think, all the time. It's not on cable or anything. And me personally, I'd rather have college football to watch on that Friday after Thanksgiving. It's just there's so many more games too. These aren't the only ones, but
sure,
these are the main ones that they're gonna be on ABC, ESPN. Everyone's gonna be watching.
And it's rivalry week, which is my favorite week of the entire regular season. And I love the fact that now you can spread it out a little bit more. To where, you get three high-profile rivalry games, boom, boom, boom on Friday, and then you don't have as much overlap on Saturday, right? And South Carolina and Clemson will play each other on Saturday, Florida and Florida State, Auburn and Alabama with the Iron Bowl. You have the opportunity to get to take in more of it over the course of 2 days, which I love. And again, you can feel one way or the other about how the ESPN presents the SEC, but there is no doubt that they are, because they paid a lot of money for it, putting their best foot forward in terms of putting as many games out there in the most viewable windows as possible. So you get Thanksgiving on Thursday, and then you wake up on Friday, and from basically noon until almost midnight, you've got SEC game after SEC game after SEC game.
And I know South Carolina and Clemson have had the chance to think about playing on Friday, on Black Friday, and I feel indifferent about it. I don't lean one way or the other. If it's a Friday night game, great. although Clemson's already made it clear, like Dabo Sweeney's made it clear, he doesn't want to have Clemson hosting on a Friday night.
I think last year, before Georgia and Georgia Tech got it,
yes,
South Carolina and Clemson were offered that spot, but the game was at Clemson, so they had the opportunity to refuse that, which they did. And obviously, it's not going to happen again this year here at South Carolina. But you have kind of like with SC playing, their opener against Virginia Tech on that Sunday.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity to kind of stand alone, right? Where the entire nation's watching you and this rivalry game. If you were to be able to play it on that Friday, but for whatever reason, I'm sure there's a lot of logistics involved there. They've decided not to do that.
And I mean, who knows if they were offered it again? That's the thing. I would personally like to see them play on that Friday, just because, like you said, man, it's more eyeballs. But you'll have plenty of eyeballs on this game either way, and whether it's at noon, night, whatever the case might be, people are going to be watching. And, but I do like the idea of just the SEC kind of taking over that Friday spot. And, look, we've had some good games in the past. I mean, last year, Georgia and Georgia Tech was I know. What time were you up till for that game?
Oh, man, that game kicked at 7:30. It lasted almost, if it didn't last to midnight, it was almost to midnight. But then I was so, like wired by it that I was still up. And was South Carolina and Clemson a new game last year?
It was.
Yeah, okay, that's right, because it was the same time as Michigan and Ohio State. So I maybe got 3-4 hours of sleep before I had to be up for the pregame show.
Oh, I mean, that was a wild game. I don't even think I could have stayed up for that. I mean, it was just by the fifth or sixth. Well, how many overtimes did it go to?
8.
Yeah, by the sixth overtime, I'm just I'm going to bed.
Because people have taken to calling it clean old-fashioned 8.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, I hate the 2-point shootout. I think it's
dumb.
the dumbest rule change we've ever made in the sport.
It's dumb, but to be fair, it does move the game along.
It does. And, look, Tech played a phenomenal game last year, but
they should have won.
They ran out of 2-point plays is really what it boiled down to. And I don't think – I'm glad Georgia won, but I don't think games should be decided by how many plays for 2 points you have in your book.
No, I think it's just – it's not, I don't know. We don't see if the NFL ever did that, the outcry would be insane.
Oh, yeah.
So, but that's a whole nother discussion.
But look, Black Friday, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be awesome. I just wonder what the NFL, I don't know if the NFL, I don't think the NFL's announced
Not yet.
I'm sure they will have a Black Friday game.
I believe actually next Wednesday is when the NFL schedule announcement's coming.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to do it in waves.
They're breaking it up to where it's so NBC will do it, I think, on the Today Show or something.
Yeah,
and
you'll some of the marquee Sunday night games.
I see Netflix has a spot too.
Netflix, because they got, I think they have a Christmas triple header this year.
Yeah, I don't think anything more beyond that.
And then I think they may have the Friday game on opening week. Because remember, they're starting to do that now.
Yeah. Is it in Brazil again?
I don't know if it's in Brazil.
Hopefully not.
I think that was a Peacock game last year with the
the
Eagles
game.
and Packers. But yeah, you'll get the wave of some of the more marquee matchups, and then I think Wednesday you'll just get everything basically and find out what time. We already know who everybody's opponents are. We don't know.
It's just the order
when
of
they're playing, right?
Yes.
And again, we're suckers for football. We'll watch a 3-hour schedule reveal show on the NFL Network because we just love it so much.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. So
that'll be Black Friday. That'll be a lot of fun. Speaking of Clemson and scheduling, by the way, they have this deal with Notre Dame to play every single year through 2038. And I thought about this earlier on this week. Let's look into the future, and let's see if we can figure out what college football is going to look like in 2038, and if it'll be as recognizable then as it is today. That's coming up next is the Extra Point. Tyler Head and Jack Beltry hanging out with you on your Friday here on The Game.
everyone around here knows that AAA Heating and Air has the best HVAC replacement options in the Midlands with their guaranteed financing, no payments or interest for 12 months, and a 15-year parts and labor warranty. They're tough to beat when you need a new system. But here's the question. What if your system just needs a repair? What if that's all you need? Well, AAA has something for you, too. If you're strapped for cash, they offer up to 12-month payment plans with no credit check on repair services. Yep, that's right. No credit check required. So just have a valid bank account and own your home. That's all you need. So whether you're replacing or repairing, AAA has you covered. And you can call today and get your comfort back, and you'll be very glad you did.
Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Ed and Jack Belcher along with you on your Friday here on The Game. Baseball does still have 2 more games to play against Auburn. They will play both those games today. We're actually going to have an abbreviated halftime show because first pitch for Game 1 is going to be Game 2 of the series will be at 2 o'clock today. Pregame coverage starting at 1:45, and then Game 2 will follow that about 45 minutes after Game 2 ends. So going to be a long day of baseball. Again, well, hopefully they won't get shelled in both those games and they can escape Auburn with some dignity if there's any left.
Or if they do get shelled, they lose in run rule fashion again we move along quickly and we get the Friday night to just do whatever.
You know, that's a possibility too, and I don't think anybody would complain about that because I think the vast majority of people have probably checked out at that point, and that is perfectly understandable.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to be watching today, so tough times.
I mentioned a moment ago earlier on this week, Clemson and Notre Dame announced a 12-year scheduling agreement where they'll play each other every single year to obviously boost both of their resumes as we get into this new era of the college football playoff. By the way, the freshmen for that 2038 game are currently 6 years old right now, which is funny to think about. But projecting ahead, because think about everything that's happened in the past 5 years of college football, right? How much has changed and how unrecognizable it was to only a handful of years back for NIL and the portal and the playoff and all this kind of stuff. It got me thinking, what's college football going to look like in 2038? Can we figure that out? So I have a couple questions here that I'm going to pose and see if we can piece together what exactly the sport looks like by 2038. Question number one, is the NCAA still a thing? Does the NCAA still exist in 2038?
I don't think so. I mean, we're talking 13 years from now. It's the NCAA's got so many issues going on right now, and it continues to get talked about. Like the NCAA is gonna, be done here soon and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I just think by that point, I don't see any real way out of the issues they have, and I think by that point, we'll have something new to kind of take over what the NCAA currently is.
I don't know how you can gauge the power an entity has, but if we were to gauge the power the NCAA's had, I'd be willing to bet that it's lost over half of it just since NIL became a thing.
Oh, easily.
And it seems like they're losing more and more by the day. And again, we talk about Rasul Faison, now that he's got representation, he's going to win his eligibility. When that happens, we don't know, but I'm like 99% confident he's going to get it because the NCAA can't win a legal case to save their life.
Oh, I mean, and here's the thing. I mean, getting back to this conversation just for a second, I mean, he's only played college football for 3 years. What's the discussion? It's easy.
Shouldn't be.
It's so dumb that this has become a talking point that it even has to get to a point where you have to have a lawyer brought into this, and it's quite frankly just ridiculous. So, I mean, I don't think the NCAA is going to be around. What about by the end of the decade?
Ooh, that's 5 years.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the way it's going, man.
We're going to be like well into this. Like honestly, it would not shock me like in a few years.
Could the NCAA exist but not preside over college football? I think is maybe the better question to ask.
See, I think the NCAA. I think that's actually a better way to look at it because college football has more power than I think anyone really knows, and it's not. I don't think it's the same in college basketball and baseball, but. Football,
because football,
beast.
The NCAA has no control over the college football playoff.
Yeah,
like that could theoretically break away and be its own thing, and college football could be under that umbrella. Like I think that's a very realistic possibility.
I think we see college football break away, but baseball, basketball, I don't think so. Not yet, at least.
For the context of football, NCAA won't have anything to do with that by 2038.
Yes,
is what we're theorizing.
Yes.
All right. How many teams are in the SEC in 2038? We're currently at 16 right now.
So 16 right now.
And keep in mind, the grant of rights for the ACC runs out in 2036. So that whole thing that's locking in, Virginia and North Carolina and Florida State and all these schools that have, for one way or the other, entertained the idea of leaving, they would be able to leave the ACC by then if that grant of rights is not re-upped.
Would you even take them, though? I mean...
I think the SEC could potentially take like a North Carolina, Virginia.
Yeah, but you're not taking all the stragglers.
Right, because those are states you're not in.
Yeah.
Those are high-end academic institutions. Same thing for the Big Ten. I think they'd be more in line to take it from some of those schools than, say, like a Clemson or a Florida State, contrary to what those fan bases might believe. I think realistically, both the SEC and the Big Ten are probably about at 20. Mm-hmm. That may be the limit, or maybe like 24 and you kind of split it 12 and 12. But I'd be shocked if the SEC is still at 16 in 2038.
I'd be shocked too. I mean, I think they're going to see here's the thing. I don't think we're going to see a lot of teams. Like, I don't think we're going to go above 20 probably. Like, I think we'll get a few more. But, we are seeing this whole thing of these super conferences put together. Like, the Big Ten is at 18, right?
Yes, right now.
The ACC is...
17 and like a half because technically Notre Dame's a a partner, but not in the conference in football.
Not football. So I think at some point we're going to see probably 20 teams. Like I could see Florida State. I could see Clemson. I mean, those teams and North Carolina maybe. But other than that, I could not see any of these other teams in the ACC be in it.
So I think that kind of leads into the next question, which is how many teams are in the college football playoff? We are at 12 right now, flirting with 14 or 16 in the very, very near future, starting in 2026. Again, if we're talking 12 years from now, again, I think we have a completely new entity that's ruling college football. If our predictions of the SEC and the Big Ten having 20 or more teams comes true, I do think we're at the super conference thing at that point, where we're saying, okay, kind of like the AFC and the NFC, where we're deciding a national championship with some kind of tournament between those two. And I think we're going to get to a point where there's going to be just like a middle ground between the group of five and the super conferences that the ACC and the Big 12 will exist in, but won't be treated in the same way as the SEC and the Big 10, because that just seems like the way that we're going.
We're definitely going to get more teams in there. I mean, that's the way this thing's heading. I mean,
it's probably going to be 24.
I was just about to say.
That's what FCS does. Like a 2014, if you have a super conference between, if the SEC and the Big Ten are super conferences, and so let's say they have 24 teams, and you make a 2014 playoff out of that, so half get in. I think that's realistic.
I think so too.
Do I want it to be that way? No, but I think that's where we're headed.
No, I don't like the current format right now, and it's not because of the not enough teams. The format's just dumb in the fact that the buys, you get really no incentive out of it, And I like the home games. I'd like more of it.
Yeah.
So the way to get more of it is to do 24 teams, and I think that's eventually where we're going to be heading. We're going to get this gradual progression of we'll go to 14 or 16 here soon, and then we'll get up to 24, I think, after that.
Final one here. When NIL became a thing in 2021, I never foresaw a quarterback getting $3-4 million to play one season, which is where we're at right now with guys like Carson Beck and Arch Manning. In 2038, what is going to be the biggest single season NIL deal in college football at that point in time? What is, and it doesn't, you don't have to specify quarterback or edge pass rusher. What do you think the top earner for the 2038 season is going to be making?
So I'm actually looking it up for a reference point. So I'm just Googling it right now. According to Google AI, Shedeur Sanders was making $6.2 million at Colorado.
Now, was that single season or over the course of his 2 years there?
Well, it says an NIL evaluation. So
that may have been split between two, but still, that's about $3 million.
So
a little more than $3 million.
Let's say, adjusted for inflation in 2038, that would be about $8.3 million in 2025 money. So
okay,
I think we will see. Well, hold on. What is Bryce Underwood making? Isn't he making? Well, but he's
that's
making
a multi-year deal.
So in one season, I think we could see a guy make double digits. I think we could see $10 million.
Yeah, I think it may even go further than that. Honestly, I'll go 12 or 13.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be some either can't miss 5-star freshman or somebody that's been around for a couple years and played like Heisman Trophy winner, future #1 pick that's going into their junior season somewhere that I think is probably going to make $12 million.
It's crazy what college. It's crazy what college has become.
And by the way, that's quarterback. I think that kind of goes without saying.
A quarterback will make double digits. I think by the end of the decade, honestly, we could see something like that. But 2030, it's possible.
Is that player going to be making more than the highest paid head coach at that point in time?
Who is the highest paid head coach
right now? It's Kirby. It's 13.2, I think, per year.
But here's the question: who will be the highest paid head coach by 2038?
That's a good question.
Will Shane Beamer still be at South Carolina by that point?
Are a lot of these coaches still going to want to be coaching by then if all these changes happen?
That's the problem, man. It's it's not college football anymore. Honestly, it's quite literally a professional league at this point, and it's you either love it or you hate it.
Fun thought exercise.
Yeah, that was fun.
Speaking of coaches, by the way, I know somebody that's not going to be coaching in 2038. That's Bill Belichick. We have an update on the Jordan Hudson saga. With that coming up next to wrap up hour number 1 of the Extra Point. Tyler Head and Jack Belcher on your Friday on the Game. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. It's our head and Jack Veltri wrapping up hour number 1. Appreciate everybody checking us out on the Game TV, sponsored by Shepherd's Glass and powered by our friends at Integrated Media. A lot of good discussion going on there on the live chat. By the way, Steven, you'll like this, says, regardless of how Gamecock baseball is doing, at least the Yankees are in first. So
Yeah.
Your baseball world isn't tailored, bro. The Braves are only one game below 500. Drake Baldwin had the walk-off last night in the 11th, so things trending right for my team, too.
You're excited about being one game under
Hey,
500.
they started off 0-7, man.
You know what? I don't blame you. But yes, the Yankees are in first place and kind of a cruddy AL East. I mean, the Orioles are 10 games under 500, man.
Whew.
They are awful this
That's
year.
the thing is, like, they've been good the past couple of years.
Yeah, but the problem is, and the Pirates have this issue too because they just fired their manager yesterday. I mean, so many teams have bad ownership and they don't spend money. So
Nutting with the Pirates might legitimately be. Oh no, what's his name with the A's?
John Fish. It's John Fisher, then Bob Nutting. Bob Nutting.
That's the bottom two.
Yes, like when you're getting booed on because the Yankees played Pittsburgh on opening day in Pittsburgh. I mean, Bob Nutting was just getting booed everywhere. And that's how you know how bad it is, man.
Well, don't get too comfortable with seeing Paul Skeens in black and gold because he's not getting that second contract.
No, he will not be, and it's not because of performance. He will be gone and playing for a contender.
Yeah, somebody's going to pay him a lot of money to leave Pittsburgh, and I'm sure he's going to be thrilled about that. I wanted to hit this as we wrapped up the hour. Of course, we've all been following the saga of Chapel Bill up in North Carolina. Latest report coming out per Pablo Torre, formerly of the Dan Lebitard show. According to a couple sources, Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's girlfriend, has officially been banned from the Tar Heels football facility. Not allowed to be in the building, not allowed to be on the football field, the whole 9 yards. They are trying to distance her as much as they can, which, smart move.
I think so. I mean, look, this needs to happen. It's bad for the team, bad for the culture when you have, I mean, she seems so toxic, right? And it's an issue. And Bill, I think this is like a old Bill Belichick move, the Belichick way, the move that, just puts the attention on football and nothing else. And look,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go finish.
Like they can, Bill and Jordan can, have a happy life, away from football and stuff, but she should have no involvement with the program. None at all.
I listened to the clip from the Pablo Torre show. It's about 2 minutes long, and a question was posed that I think is really good to ask here. Was this more North Carolina coming to Bill and saying, hey, this is a problem, we got to ban her from the building, or Bill kind of seeing how bad this has gotten, going to like Bubba Cunningham and saying, hey, can you like ban her from the building so I don't have to do this myself? Because here's the thing. If he goes to her and says, hey, sorry, honey, they said you can't come in the building. My hands are tied. I don't know what to do. Like, was Bill trying to get some help here, or was this just North Carolina trying to help Bill out more themselves?
I think this was a little bit of both. I think it was probably the administration coming to him, and I hope he didn't have to deliver the news to Jordan because it'd be in that dark. Hey,
what kind of crash out do you think she was having when he told her this?
Throwing stuff everywhere, stuff breaking. I mean, it would be the whole.
And Pablo Torre did go on to say that he's also getting word from his sources that like the Belichick family is concerned. I mentioned the thing last week where his daughter-in-law, who's married to Steven, the defensive coordinator on the team, has been outspoken and critical of Jordan Hudson. Like, his family is now concerned of like the manipulation or whatever's going on here. And look, we still got a long way to go until football gets here. There's no telling what other headlines could come out from North Carolina because this has been insane up to this point.
No, it's a circus show. It's terrible, and football season hasn't even begun yet. It's rough.
I never thought Bill Belichick would be getting his puppet strings pulled.
Yeah.
He's the ultimate control guy.
Yeah,
like he there was not a speck of dust that did not go unaccounted for in the football facility up in New England, and now he's letting this 24-year-old girl tell him what to do.
It's called being whipped.
I think this is worse than whipped.
No, it's worse than whips. It's the whip, and it's tied around you, and you're just not you're not getting out of it. He just got to break up with her. I mean, quite honestly, I don't care how good looking she may be. You got to just cut her off, man.
But does she like hold something over his head if he does? Like, is there something that's preventing him from doing that?
Well,
or is he just so blindsided by love, I guess, that he doesn't see this?
Love.
Listen, we've all had the buddy.
We know why Bill's into this.
We've all had the buddy in a toxic relationship. We're like, bro, she's crazy. No, man, she's great. And then years later, he's like, yeah, she was crazy.
This is a 73-year-old man we're talking about, not a high school kid that is madly in love. Like, this is, oh my God, I can't even believe we're having this conversation about Bill Belichick being with a 24-year-old girl. That's a whole, oh my gosh, man.
Content, baby.
What a
Content.
day. What a fun hour.
That's just 1 hour, man. We still got like an hour and 45 coming up at noon leading into baseball.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. All right, number two coming up next. We'll run the numbers with Corey Parson of the BetMGM Network as the Extra Point rolls along on your Friday here on the game. Tyler Ed here for our friends over at Twin Peaks, right down the street from us here in the Vista. The month of May is a busy one. There is so much going on in the sports world. We've got basketball playoffs, hockey playoffs, the Indy 500 coming up here in a couple weeks, and there's only one place to take in all of that amazing sports action with our friends over at Twin Peaks down in the Vista. They've got TVs as far as the eye can see, so whatever your preference is, you can take in that great action with tons and tons of delicious food, those 29-degree draft beers as well. I tell you about it all the time. They literally have a thermometer in the restaurant that tells you how cold the beer is at all times, so you know when they're pouring your draft, it's going to be ice cold right around 29 degrees. All this and so much more with our friends at Twin Peaks down in the Vista. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you here on your Friday on the game. Navigating our way through the middle part of the month of May. We're still a long way from football season. Hopefully the summer will go by in a blink of an eye, and we'll have these games here before we know it. It is 10 o'clock, though, and as we do each and every Friday at 10 o'clock, time to run the numbers with our guy, Corey Parson of the BetMGM Network. Corey, how we doing today?
Tyler, good morning, my brother. Feeling pretty good, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, we still got plenty of time to go, but we already have some numbers out there, so we want to take a look at some things, and why not talk to the people, the listeners down here in good old 107.5 The Game Country about it.
Well, we are always down to talk some college football. Going to take a look at some national championship futures as well as the most bet on win totals so far, as we are still about 4 months away from the season starting. And I guess it should not come as a shock that when we talk about championship futures, as of right now on BetMGM, Texas and Ohio State both tied at plus 500 to win the national championship. You know, Ohio State last year had their $20 million roster, according to most reports. And if you believe what you're reading right now, Texas has somewhere between $35 and $40 million tied up in their squad for this year, which, again, kind of puts them in the lead when it comes to national championship.
Well, what do you know? Follow the money, and you'll find out where the talent is in college football. It seems like it's always been that way, but it's definitely that way now. And Texas and Ohio State are sitting up top at plus 500, 5-1 odds. What I find interesting, though, is when you dig a little bit deeper and you look at the ticket number, the ticket percentage, and the handle percentage, you really see that the public, the people that's betting on this early, the sharp money, is really in love with this Texas Longhorn team. So far in the BetMGM, 12% of all the money that has come in, well, not the money, 12% of all the tickets that have been placed on national championship futures are backing the Texas Longhorns. Wow. 18% of the money right now is on Texas. So almost 20% of the money is on Texas. That's a huge liability towards the sports books. If Texas does happen to win the national championship this year, that number's probably only going to grow as we get closer to the start of the season. So Arch Manning and the Longhorns are really a team that people think are in the driver's seat to be this year's national champions.
Again, tied with them at plus 500 is also Ohio State, of course, losing a lot of talent to the NFL as they do each and every year. But Jeremiah Smith, who might legitimately be the best player in college football, coming back for, hard to believe, only his sophomore season there. Julian Sayin taking over at quarterback. And, again, a team that is fresh off of winning the national championship, proving that Ryan Day can indeed get it done with the same odds as Texas.
Yeah, coming in at 5-1 also. Ohio State is a team that people expect to be there as well. Obviously, their number to make the college football playoff is probably going to be minus money, very low. When you break down their ticket count and their ticket percentage right now at the sports books, 10%, where Texas came in at 12% of the tickets, Ohio State comes in at 10% of the tickets. But where you see the gap is in how much money the actual bettors are betting. Texas came in around 18%. Ohio State is taking 11%. So a significant difference right there. Penn State at 10% is not that far behind where Ohio State is. So there's some love from the Nittany Lions out there as well. But you see that the people are coming to the window and they're going for Ohio State. They think Ohio State can go out here and pull it off again with 11% of the handle. Not as big as a hit for the sports book. So if the sports book had to choose who they would rather see be the national champions, they're going to be on the side of Ohio State. And it's important to remember this information. You know, listen, it'll be January, it's a long time from now, but the sports books will always want to come out in the positive. So some of those numbers as we get into the college football playoff can be very interesting. But right now, both teams sitting at 5-1. That Texas number is probably going to start to come down. We should start the season with Texas as the favorite to win the national championship.
Georgia has third best odds at plus 650. Kind of an interesting season for them. Of course, they make the transition at quarterback, Gunnar Stockton taking over after Carson Beck decides to go to Miami. They've retooled the wide receiver room, which was an issue last year. But once again, they lose a lot of guys on defense. And, you know, in today's world of college football with the transfer portal, they don't have quite the depth they've had in years past, where you automatically have 4- and 5-star guys waiting in the wings at every single spot. It's going to be interesting to see a defense that wasn't as great as it's been in years past a season ago, see if they can retool and kind of get themselves back to the standard that most people believe they should be.
Yeah, it seems like everybody else has closed the gap. Georgia was obviously a team the past couple of years in college football that you would almost pencil in to the national championship game or to be in contention. But now this year, they opened up at plus 600 odds. That number's actually going up to plus 650. So the number's moving in the wrong direction for Kirby Smart's bunch. Now, obviously, this is still going to be a team that's going to have to be competed with if they're going to be one of the powerhouses of college football. They'll be in the college football playoff. Well, I mean, you never know. But when you look at what the bettors are responding to right now and where the money is going, only 5% of the ticket count and only 5% of the total money in this national championship futures are riding with Kirby Smart's group and the Georgia Bulldogs. As a matter of fact, you're seeing a higher ticket count from teams like Michigan, Clemson, Notre Dame. Seems like the bettors are more behind those teams. Now, the odds could play a role in that as well. Georgia comes in with shorter odds than those teams. But it seems like you got more sharper money betting on those teams than betting on Georgia coming into this season. You mentioned the quarterback situation, and like you said, it's not just 5 stars waiting at every position now. So, but I would actually think that at plus 650, it's something that I probably would take a nibble on right here because I wouldn't be too pressed sleeping on the Georgia Bulldogs.
Again, running the numbers, the Corey Parsons of the BetMGM Network. Going to jump down this list a little bit here. Oregon is at plus 750, but I want to focus in on Penn State because when you look at the top 4, Texas, Ohio State, Georgia, and Oregon are all starting new quarterbacks. Now, again, Arch Manning started a few games last year, but I think he's still wholly unproven compared to guys that have maybe started for a full season. Drew Aller at Penn State is the quarterback with the most experience returning on a team as far as, in the top 5 here in national championship odds at plus 800. James Franklin, I think last year proved to a lot of people they could make the playoff. Finally, they won the game against Boise State, obviously lost that second-round game to Notre Dame, and there's not a lot of belief that he can get all the way to the mountaintop and win the whole thing, but they are always consistently flirting with being right there, and having the most experienced quarterback out of all these favorites might be something that could help put them over the edge this year.
Yeah, this is really, you hit on the anomaly in these numbers right here. The public and the sharp money is really coming down on Penn State, and you mentioned the experience of that quarterback. That plays a big part of it. Penn State odds open up at plus 850. They've dropped to plus 750, so that money is moving in the right direction. If you're a backer of the Penn State Nittany Lions, now when you look at the ticket count, that's 8% of the tickets. Ohio State was at 10, and when you look at the total overall handle, they're sitting right at 10%, more than Georgia, more than Clemson. So more than some of the powerhouses of college football. Obviously, a lot of people coming in on Florida this year as well, but it looks like Penn State is a team that is going to be backed. And I think by the time we get to the start of the season, a lot of people are going to have Penn State in national championship talk.
We'll go down, make a local connection here. South Carolina sitting at plus 1,800 to win the national championship. And look, I think if you pull the majority of fans here at South Carolina, they'd say they're probably not to the point where that's in the realm of possibility just yet. But obviously making the college football playoff would be a huge step in the right direction. But as we've talked about so much here on these airwaves, there's a lot of unknowns with this team. You obviously have a sure thing at quarterback, have a sure thing at edge pass rusher with Dylan Stewart. But really outside of that, there's still a lot of question marks to be had about this team. And again, not surprised to see them, this far down on the national championship odds.
Yeah, they are. But listen, you talk about them being this far down. They're closer than they were in years in the past. So they obviously have making some noise now. Not a lot of money coming in on them to win the national championship. But like you said, a lot of questions to be answered with this team. But at that number right there, that number is shorter than that number has been in years. And I think that's something to be optimistic about.
We'll call that progress. And again, we'll see where they're sitting this time in May of 2026. I want to move over here for the last couple minutes as we run the numbers with Corey Parson of the BetMGM Network. On most bet win totals so far, again, we are 100-some-odd days away from the season getting started, but some of these are pretty interesting. Michigan, and we just learned that Sharon Moore is going to be sitting out for a couple games to start the season, serving that suspension from the fallout of the Connor Stallions saga. But the over win total for them is set at 8.5, and it seems like there's a lot of money coming in on Michigan being able to go over that this year.
Yeah, interesting. I did not expect to see Michigan as a team that has the most overs bet on their win total right now, coming in at 8.5. Obviously, what's going on with Sharon Moore, but Michigan knows how to handle scandals. They've been doing it since they've been in existence. Now, with that being said, a 9-win team, most people are betting on that. It seems like a number that they can get to, but heavy action coming in on the Wolverines to get over that total, and we'll see how that helps them fare in the Big Ten.
We'll go to the rival in the state of Ohio. We just mentioned their national championship odds, and no surprise that with their win total being set at 10.5, a lot of people hammering the over, despite the fact they are starting an unproven quarterback in Julian Sayin.
Yeah, interesting. This number right here, double-digit wins, obviously. They're pushing it over 10.5, so they're betting 11, but you can get that at even money right now. So if you put $1 up, you'll make $1, which is very interesting because most of these heavily bet win totals are juiced to where you're paying the price to the sports book. But on this one, you're actually getting even money right here. Very interested in that. But obviously, Ohio State is a big root. So putting them out there at 10.5 at even money, that's going to draw a lot of attention. Don't know if it's a bet that I would make.
We move now to the Colorado Buffaloes, of course, losing Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. Deion's still out there. That win total only set at 6.5, but a lot of people confident that year number 3 of the Deion era out there is going to be successful, as they came pretty close to making the way to the Big 12 championship game a season ago.
Yeah, obviously a lot of national interest. When a team has a lot of national interest, they're going to bring a lot of public money. And then obviously a team that's based, kind of more towards the West Coast. You're going to see people that's going to Vegas, obviously, and the sharp money areas. They're going to get after Colorado. But my thing, Tyler, is what is it going to look like without Shedeur Sanders? Like, what is it going to look like without Deion coaching his son or sons? So to me, it's interesting that it's this much money coming in on Colorado right now. Is it because they are becoming a quasi-national program because of Coach Prime, or do people really think, and this is a 7-8 win team that's going to have a chance to compete for the Big 12 championship again?
One more here, and Jack and I just talked about the latest update out of North Carolina. I don't know if you saw that Jordan Hudson's been banned from the football facility now, as she's obviously caused a lot of problems being Bill Belichick's girlfriend. But maybe the results of that is the fact that a lot of people not feeling great about North Carolina this year and betting under their 7.5 win total.
Yeah, this is a heavy bet on the under 7.5. People think this number is too high. They're looking at maybe a 5 or 6 win team in Bill Belichick's inaugural season. Now, we know what Belichick is supposed to be, a program builder. Can he get it done and do it in year one? I really don't know what the talent on the team has looked like to start. I've heard that there's been some issues with recruiting and stuff like that. So, but Bill Belichick is one of those guys there. You put a whistle around his neck and give him 12 guys and he figure it out. But the people in Vegas do not believe that the sharp money is coming in pretty heavy on the under 7.5. And I don't think this story with Miss Hudson makes it any better. This is a guy who, Bill Belichick, we've seen him at the mountaintop and always be stoic. You're starting to see some cracks in his armor now. And it's being done by, it's just starting to see cracks in the armor. And you got to think to yourself, it's like, okay, what's really going on here? Is this legend getting ready to fall behind this? I wouldn't be so fast to write it off, but this season right here is going to be very interesting. They're going to be the most interesting team in college football this year.
We're going to be entertained, that's for sure, whether they win a lot of games or don't win any at all. He's Corey Parson of the BetMGM Network. I appreciate your time, man, and we'll check in with you next week.
All right, thanks a lot.
Oh, speaking of national championships, seems we might have some insight on what the future playoff format's going to look like starting in 2026, and it's a little bit different than what we've been hearing over these last couple months. I'll tell you about that coming up next. It is The Extra Point. Tyler Head, along with you on your Friday here on The Game. Welcome back in. Extra Points out ahead along with you on your Friday here on the game. Always enjoy some serenading from Leonard Skinner. Reminder, I know you may not think it's going to happen, but Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union Grand Slam giveaway does continue to roll on. $450 up for grabs as the Gamecocks take on Auburn this afternoon. Doubleheader. Both games you can listen to here on the game starting at 2 o'clock. If they manage to hit a Grand Slam, then you can win that $450. Go online to 1075game.com and register for the Palmetto Citizens Federal Credit Union Grand Slam giveaway if you've not done so already. You know I am always a sucker to talk about playoffs, formatting, and all those kind of things, and we've got some new details emerging, according to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports, in terms of what 2026 and beyond may look like. For a refresher, if you're not familiar, the 12-team playoff format that we currently have is only locked in for 2 years. So this past year being year number 1, and this upcoming season being year number 2. Past that, it is wide open because 24 and 25 still existed under the original contract with ESPN in the college football playoffs. So once you get to 2026, things kind of open back up. The opportunity to do something vastly different is on the table, and it certainly seems like we are heading in that direction. Ross Dellinger yesterday reported that the power conference commissioners of the SEC, the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12 all met in New York to discuss a lot of different things, including the future playoff format. And according to his sources, they are now potentially in favor of a 16-team tournament. So originally, it was thought that we knew it was going to expand, right? But it seemed like the reporting over the past couple months was that it was going to expand to being a 14-team field with AQs. But now it seems like, and this is per Ross Dellinger, the Big Ten and the SEC are supporting a 16-team field as of right now. It's also important to remember that the Big 12 or Big Ten and the SEC control the majority of the power when it comes to making these decisions. And that was something that the other conferences, the ACC, the Big 12, and the Group of Five all agreed to allowing happen, essentially to prevent the SEC and the Big Ten from going off and doing their own thing. Jack and I talked about in the last hour kind of the future of college football, and there's been these rumors for several years, or ideas for several years, that eventually the Big Ten, the SEC, could break off and form their quasi-super league, right? Well, there was a very strong possibility that could have happened if the SEC and the Big Ten did not get to wield the majority of the power when it came to deciding this new playoff format, which would have left the Big 12 and the ACC out on their own to form their own kind of playoff, I guess, which nobody would have taken seriously if that was the case. So in order to still be included in said playoff, the ACC, the Big 12, and all the Group of Five conferences have allowed the SEC and the Big 10 to wield most of the power. So it should come as no surprise that with this proposed 16-team format that Ross Dellinger is reporting seems to be the leader in the clubhouse as of right now, you would have automatic qualifiers, 4 from the SEC, 4 from the Big 10, 2 from the ACC, 2 from the Big 12, 1 Group of 5 representative, and then 3 at-large bids. Again, we know where the majority of the talent comes from. It's from the SEC and the Big Ten. I think I calculated with the draft the other week that out of the 257 players taken, 150 of them came from those two respective conferences. We know that top to bottom, they are the better conferences overall compared to the ACC and the Big 12. Doesn't mean there's not good teams in those conferences, but we know that the SEC and the Big Ten are far deeper. They obviously command a lot more money, which is why they yield all this power because of the TV revenue and all that kind of stuff. So no shock that they are placing 4 automatic bids for themselves. I do find it interesting, though, because the thing about the proposed 14-team format is that it left the option on the table for only 1 at-large bid, right? And also Notre Dame would factor into that as well. But it really only presented the 8 with the proposal for the 14-team format. If we still had the SEC and the Big Ten getting 4 teams in, it only presented the possibility, technically speaking, of those two conferences being able to occupy 4 spots in the playoff. And here's my theory on why I think the ACC and the Big 12 are more okay with going to a 16-team format, because it can at least create the illusion that you still have a chance to be on equal footing with the power conferences in this theoretical playoff. Here's what I mean by that. Again, the SEC and the Big 10, we know if this comes to pass, are going to get 4 teams in regardless. The ACC will get 2 teams in, as will the Big 12. But those other 2 conferences can at least live with the thinking and idea that if they have a strong enough year in conference, that they theoretically could potentially occupy 2, maybe even 3 more at-large spots. So that possibility of having even more teams in the playoff than the SEC or the Big 10 does exist, which is why I think they are more okay with this. And again, the more games you have, the more TV revenue and all that kind of stuff, which is why these things are likely going to happen. But the ACC and the Big 12 know they're at a disadvantage to the SEC and the Big 10. But again, that at least instills that grain of hope that if you have a strong enough year in your conference, you could theoretically still get 4, maybe 5 teams in, depending on how the rankings shake out. Another important note from Ross Dallinger of Yahoo Sports here, in addition to this 16-team format, he noted, with season-ending interleague play in quasi-play-in games instead of conference championships. This is something else that's been floated out there for a while in terms of what the future of deciding who gets in the playoff is going to be. And I think we saw an example of this past year where Texas and Georgia and Penn State and Oregon played in their respective conference championship games, despite the fact that we knew all 4 of those teams were getting in pretty much no matter what. They were playing for seeding, obviously, and the opportunity to get a first-round bye, which ended up not working out for any of the 4 teams that ended up getting byes. But it really took a lot of the shine away, I felt like, from those conference championships, knowing the fact that both teams are getting in. It's not do or die. It's not doomsday. For so many years, whether it be through the BCS format or the original college football playoff with 4 teams, the SEC championship game was win or go home more often than not. And the loser of that was likely going to get bounced. Say for, in 2021 when Georgia and Alabama both got in, despite Georgia losing the conference championship game. It was an eliminator game. It served as an earlier round of the playoff. That's not the case anymore. So at least with this, you have stakes, right? So let's say the SEC is getting 4 teams in. Well, now theoretically, instead of having, let's say again, Georgia and Texas are in a 1 and 2, instead of having them play for those spots that they know they're already going to get, you could have 2 games at home venues on the first Saturday in December between teams 3 and 6 and 4 and 5. So you have 2 play-in games, and the winners of those 2 games would occupy the last 2 guaranteed spots in the college football playoff. Now, the losing teams could still get in based on the at-large system, but now you've created high-stakes games, once again, on-campus sites that, again, I don't know how the money works when it comes to the SEC championship in Atlanta and all that kind of stuff, but I'm more intrigued by this than conference championships going forward. And same thing would go with the Big Ten. I would imagine potentially if you're talking about the ACC, you have maybe, and same thing with the Big 12, the top team in your conference sitting idle and maybe 2 and 3 are playing to get in or something along those lines. Like a lot of possibilities here, but it seems like we are going to drastically shake up what conference championship weekend is. And again, if this is the format we're going to use with 16 teams, that makes perfect sense to me. Again, it's going to take some getting used to, but I feel like that's the smart way to go if, again, the 16-team playoff is likely going to come to fruition, which, again, I very much think it will be because, again, you're maximizing the teams in it, maximizing the amount of games, TV revenue, all that kind of stuff. It makes sense that those kind of things would eventually come to pass. One team that's still trying to find their way into their first college football playoff is Texas A&M. We're going to continue our trip around South Carolina's 2025 schedule by talking with Tony Catalina from the Austin Statesman on what's going on with Texas A&M this offseason. That's coming up next. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you on your Friday here on The Game. Welcome back in. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you on your Friday here on the game. Going to talk some Texas A&M here in just a second. But quickly, it is time for Who Sprung a Leak, brought to you by our friends over at American Leak Detection. Who else am I going to give it to besides Gamecock Baseball? 24-2 final last night, losing on the Plains in Auburn. The less said about that, the better. That is our Who Sprung a Leak, brought to you by our friends over at American Leak Detection. We continue our tour around South Carolina's 2025 opponents. Now looking squarely at College Station and the Texas A&M Aggies. Join me now on the Love Chevrolet phone lines from the Austin Statesman is Tony Catalina. Tony, first of all, appreciate you taking your time this morning. Year one under Mike Elko, a lot of ups, few downs towards the end of the year. What's kind of the vibe and mood as we head into year number 2 with Elko at the helm?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having me on there. I appreciate it. And, as far as vibes go, I think year 2, there is some optimism. I think there were some things that those around the program feel good about the direction. Obviously, the way the season ended wasn't exactly what they had planned, but when you go into the final week of the year and you got a chance to go to the SEC championship game against your biggest in-state rival in year 1 of a new program, there is some positives to take from that. Again, it wasn't exactly how they wanted it to go. They lost in the bowl game to USC, but year 2, a transfer portal cycle, the way that Mike Elko wants to get it done, the way he wants to run his program, I think there is a lot of positives to look at now.
That game here in Columbia last year, fans ended up storming the field. It was one of the bigger wins of the Beamer era because A&M was number 10 at that point in time. They would go on to lose, 3 out of their final 4 games after that. What was the significance of that game from Texas A&M's perspective?
I think it was an eye-opener, honestly. I think at that point in time coming into the game, like you said, top 10 team, they were starting to feel themselves. I think they thought they were what everybody in the media would tell them they were, right? You're a top 10 team, you're playing well, and I think South Carolina put some light onto what they do, poorly. They had trouble tackling, they had trouble stopping the quarterback, and they had trouble making plays. And ultimately, they went into a hostile environment and kind of got beaten up a little bit, right? Like that was a game that I think many people didn't expect to go that way. And I think, as you mentioned, it kind of started a snowball effect where teams started playing them a little differently. They started to realize where they could attack them. And I would think that's a point that you can put in the schedule, in the calendar, where things kind of started going south for A&M.
Again, talking to Tony Catalina of the Austin Statesman, getting some insight into the Texas A&M Aggies ahead of the 2025 season. Marcel Reed, obviously very athletic, very talented, and one of the more promising young quarterbacks in this conference. What have been the objectives for him this offseason? What's he working on getting better at ahead of his second year as a starter?
I think it's just getting comfortable being a leader, right? I mean, he had a guy who was up, he was down. It was Connor Wegman's team. He's in. He saves the day against LSU. He's not starting against Missouri. It's just different weeks. There was a different situation. It's finally his team. He gets a chance to be the leader, to grow in that leadership role. So that's some of the intangible things that he's had to work on. On the field, it's just becoming more of a consistent passer. I think he has quality arm talent. He's somebody who can throw the football. He throws it with confidence, but can he place it? Can he put it where it needs to be? Can he work the mechanics to be a more consistent thrower? Because as you mentioned, he's somebody who can really run the football. He adds a different element in the quarterback where you got to pay attention to his legs and everything, but where does he take that step as year 1, as a true starter, in year 3 in the college football world?
One of the big things for A&M every single year is obviously its depth and talent up front on defense. You lose some keys guys like Scorton, Turner, and Stewart to the NFL. Where would you assess where that unit is, the defensive line and edge room, as we make our way out of spring and into summer?
I think they feel good about it. And I've spoken to other people. I've been on other shows, and I've talked about this. I think their best pure pass rusher from last year is still on the roster. I think it's Cassius Howell. I think he's going to wake people up on a national scale. He gets after the passer. And he does it with such efficiency. He's a really good pass rush guy. But where he lacked was stopping the run. That's what Nick Score and Shamar Stewart did really well. To counteract that and all the talent that you mentioned that they lost in the draft, they brought in T.J. Searcy from Florida. They brought in Dayon Hayes from Colorado, Tyler Onyeadum from Iowa State in the interior. They've really attacked the transfer portal for defensive line talent as well as wide receiver talent. And if you look, both of those groups look vastly different, and in some cases, I think they look vastly better.
Again, talking to Tony Catalina of the Austin Statesman about the Texas A&M Aggies. Sticking on the topic of the transfer portal, you guys land Casey Concepcion out of North Carolina State, somebody that South Carolina really had their eye on before he ultimately committed to the Aggies. What's your assessment of what you've seen out of him and the buzz he's generating coming out of spring practice?
Yeah, he's looked the part. I mean, at this point, he's in pole position to be wide receiver 1, and I don't think it's particularly close. Mario Craver from Mississippi State has played well, and he's had his moments in spring, and I think people are excited about what he can bring. But Casey Concepcion has kind of stepped up and been that guy in the room. He leads everybody in the drills. He looks the cleanest when you're doing it. Now, you know how it goes. We only get to see the first 30 minutes of practice before, they usher us out. But everything that we had seen, he's a leader up front. He's somebody who does it well. He looks just different. Like, he looks like he's running in a different gear. And that was a big get for them. He's somebody who can get the ball, move in space. He's somebody who can, after the catch is really effective. And I think it'll change the dynamic of their passing game, which at times really struggled last year.
I think a lot of people will maybe chart some of the struggles A&M had towards the end of last year in losing Le'Veon Moss. That actually happened here in that South Carolina game and didn't return for the rest of the year. And I know you had Amari Daniels, who's certainly a capable back, but that 1-2 punch of those two guys was certainly very effective when both of them, are healthy. What's the status of Moss as he recovers, and how's he looking ahead for 2025?
Yeah, he didn't participate too much, if at all, during spring. Amari Daniels was banged up a little bit, so he kind of participated later on. Reuben Owens is another guy. He's somebody that's in that mix as well. I think the three-headed monster of Amari Daniels, Le'Veon Moss, and Reuben Owens is a really impressive backfield in the running back room, especially in the SEC. I mean, they even got E.J. Smith. Emmitt Smith's kid is coming back as well, so the fourth guy and some freshmen. That room as a whole, it looks really good. And as far as Le'Veon Moss goes, there's a sense that he's going to be fine for the start of the year. It hasn't nothing official has came out yet. You know how they get tight-lipped during spring. But I don't think anybody, he even himself said he feels like he's going to be 100%. I think he tweeted or posted about it earlier this week. So the optimism of that room being a true strength of the offense is it's there for sure. Again,
talking to Tony Catalina of the Austin Statesman for a couple more minutes here, getting insight on the Texas A&M Aggies. Of course, this past year, your rival Texas comes into the SEC, and they immediately, are playing in Atlanta, making their way in the college football playoff, and darn near playing for a national championship in the process. What is the effect in College Station of having a team like that, your bitter rival, come into the SEC and having success right away?
I think obviously it comes with everything you think it does, right? There's a true hate there between both fan bases. I moved down. I'm from Massachusetts originally. When I came down here, it was 4 months before that game, and I already knew what kind of energy was going to be around that. Now that they were there and the game is back since, first time since 2012, it matched that and some. Texas is a good football program. They know what they're doing. A&M fans, that's something that they're going to have to contest with. They continue to contest with, and Texas is a team that is a really talented team, and they got Archie Manning coming in, so it's I don't know if they're going to go away anytime soon, and the vibe around that is until you knock them off is not much, in my opinion, you can really talk about.
We learned this yesterday. Any thoughts on that game being moved to the nightcap on Black Friday this year?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, playing on, I know a lot of people that wanted that game to be on Thanksgiving, but I think the idea of Georgia Tech, and, A&M, Texas, filling out that Black Friday slate and, the Egg Bowl, I think that's fun. As a fan, a lot of us are fans first. You get to watch the games. You just enjoy college football. I think that's fun. I know that it allows fans for both teams to be with their families on Thursday, and then they can get into the rivalry and enjoy that on Friday. So I think that's a positive.
Definitely looking forward to seeing what happens out in College Station when South Carolina makes the trip out there. He is Tony Catalina from the Austin Statesman. I appreciate you taking your time, and I'm sure I'll be talking to you again before that game takes place.
Absolutely. I appreciate your time, man.
Absolutely. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 2. The ACC trying to trim back on conference basketball games. What does that mean for the once great basketball conference? I'll discuss that coming up next. It is the Extra Point. Tyler Head along with you on your Friday on the Game. Welcome back in. Extra Point. It's our head wrapping up hour number 2 on your Friday here on the game. Reminder, Gamecock baseball doubleheader today because of weather moving through the state of Alabama this upcoming weekend. They'll play both games against Auburn today. First pitch for game 2, which is game 1 today, will be at 2 o'clock. Pregame coverage start at 1:45 right here on the game. And then game number 3, the second game today, I know that's a lot of numbers to keep up with, will take place about 45 minutes after game 1 is over. I believe those are still both 9-inning games. So they should be playing the full go there, unless, of course, South Carolina gets rolled again, which is a very distinct possibility at this time, given what we've seen just in these last handful of days. I wanted to hit on this story from the other day. Haven't got a chance to get to it this week, but the ACC did not have a good year in terms of men's basketball when it was all said and done. Yes, I know Duke obviously made their deep run, but the conference as a whole is not as strong as it once was. And it's funny how things can shift in college sports, because if you go back a decade ago, the ACC is truly one of the powerhouses. And the SEC, outside of Kentucky and Florida, didn't have a lot of depth when it came to how good men's basketball was top to bottom. That's obviously shifted because the SEC has put a deep importance on making sure men's basketball is a great sport, and they've obviously done that, set a record for a single conference putting teams in the tournament, and Florida and Auburn make the Final Four. Florida wins the national championship, so a great year for the SEC. Not so much for the ACC. This past season, I sent Duke as the number 1 seed made the tournament. Clemson, getting bounced by McNeese in the first round, made the tournament. Louisville and North Carolina also made it in. North Carolina had to play their way in, obviously, so it was a down year for them, and they are attempting to make some changes going forward. Starting with the 2025-2026 season, the ACC will reduce their number of conference games in season from 20 to 18. They are hoping to try and beef up their schedule or resumes a little bit because, of course, net rankings and all that kind of stuff matter, which, by the way, they only had 5 schools in the top 60 in the net at the end of this past college basketball season. So they are encouraging teams with those 2 openings. Because here's the thing. With those 20 conference games, most ACC teams started playing conference games like mid-December. While Carolina's playing Radford or something, you'd look up and see that, Pittsburgh and Louisville are playing a game or something along those lines. And it's kind of odd to see conference games starting that soon. But like the SEC, they're going to go to an 18-game conference schedule, and they're going to encourage their schools to schedule good quality out-of-conference opponents to help beef up those resumes. Now, scheduling those teams and beating them is 2 different things. Because this past year, through its non-conference scheduling, the ACC was under 500 against top 100 teams for the 4th year in a row. So even when they are going out and playing quality competition or teams from Power 4 conferences, they're losing. I mean, South Carolina, as bad as this season was, they did beat Clemson in overtime back in December. So just because you go out there and schedule those games does not mean you are going to win them. But that is what the ACC is attempting to do by shifting their scheduling around a little bit and inviting more out-of-conference games on the schedule for these teams to try and make their resumes look a little bit better next year and going forward. Speaking of basketball, I want to hit one more thing here. Have you ever made a bet that you thought was a sure thing you wouldn't have to live up to? Well, that's what happened with Paul Pierce. The other day, he made a bet in terms of, or put something out there with his confidence in Boston being able to win Game 2 against the Knicks, and, well, we all know he lost, and he had to pay the price for it.
Celtics lose Game 2 at home. I promise you, Drew, I'm walking here tomorrow. I'm walking here 15 miles in my robe. No shot we lose.
Tatum falling away in a baseline is passed, blocked by Bridges, and the Knicks have done it again. And the New York Knicks up 2 games to none.
All right, time for me to get the stepper. All right, man. Welcome to this journey. There I go. I can't believe this. Celtics got me out here like this, dog.
I tried to tell him not to do it, but he was hard-headed, didn't want to listen.
My man of my word, though. This is crazy, dog. I can't believe this. You be careful out here, man. Wear your seatbelt, man. All right, dog. Strong. 8 hours. I know the landscape, so. We made it, y'all. We made it! We made it! Oh my God! All right, where the wheelchair at? Yeah, I need it. I need the wheelchair.
So if you're not familiar, Paul Pierce is on the Fox Sports show Speak, which is like, I think, a late afternoon show on there. They've changed their show lineup so much, it's hard to keep up with. But he made the proclamation the other day that he felt so confident that the Celtics were going to win Game 2 after blowing Game 1 that he would walk to work if they lost. Well, they obviously lost the other night, and I believe it was either 16 or 20 miles, but he had to walk a long way to get to the Los Angeles Fox Sports studios, and he did it. He's a man of his word, as you heard him say. He didn't chicken out on it. He actually went out there, walked that entire distance. It took him like 8 hours, like he said. It was funny following him along on his Instagram Live because he was live for a lot of it. You heard Kevin Garnett drive by and yell something at him, and he told him to put a seatbelt on or something like that. But, we all can get ourselves in trouble by putting things out there that we're not willing to pay up on. So be careful the kind of bets that you make with other people or with yourself. In instance, nobody put him up to that. He was that confident in the Celtics being able to bounce back after their bad, Game 1 performance. And again, they were up by 20 in Game number 2, and they blew that as well. We'll see what happens in Game 3. I hope Paul Pierce learned his lesson and didn't put anything else on the line for Game 3 because it sounds like his legs are pretty shot. He was asking for the wheelchair there at the end because, again, when you walked 16 miles over the course of 8 hours, I imagine those legs are pretty tired. So, yeah, that was pretty funny. But props to Paul Pierce for paying up on that bet and not, like I said, kind of chickening out on it because that was quite a sight to see yesterday that I think everybody had a bit of a field day with on social media. That'll do it for the Extra Point. Coming up next, it is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Take another look at what happened on the diamond for both baseball and softball last night. Also talk some football as well as we roll along here on your Friday on the Game. 11 o'clock on your Friday morning. Welcome in. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler, Wes, and Chris along with you here on the game, wrapping up another week. A lot to get into. Some football conversation stemming from what Coach Beamer talked about at Welcome Home last night. Also, unfortunately, some not so fun things to talk about when it comes to both the baseball and softball diamonds. Between the 12 combined innings softball and baseball played last night, how many did y'all end up making it through?
Be just completely honest, I didn't see any of the baseball game.
Fair.
I had something else going on, but I was tracking and following the softball game and watched it here and there, but was tracking it when I could. But not obviously the best game for South Carolina softball yesterday. It got away from them, but I don't even think we can talk about them in the same sentence at this point.
Not at all. And Chris, we knew going into this tournament that South Carolina was playing for the opportunity to improve their seeding. We know they're going to be in the NCAA tournament, likely as a top 10 seed. We'll see if they can maybe make their way into that top 8. Last night sucks. You never want to lose, especially in that fashion with the mistakes they made on the field and stuff like that. But they're fine. They still got a lot more softball to play. And again, we were just kind of seeing how deep they were going to go in this thing. We'll get to baseball in a minute, but it is, like Wes said, a 180-degree difference between these two teams.
Yeah, like a disappointing game within the structure of a very good season, right? And just look at the difference, right? The softball team, yes, they got knocked out. Yes, it was a tough game. Very uncharacteristic because you had 5 errors. You had a few other plays that didn't go down technically as errors, but were miscues, right? Might be the best words, where it's like a decision, there was an obstruction call, etc. And so the game ultimately gets away. We've seen this a few times with this team, but here's the difference, right? This team is a regional host and actually on the line as a top 8 national host, right? And if you play baseball or softball as a sport, that is your goal. Like, what are we always talking about with the baseball team? When they're good, when they've been good in the past, it's not just, hey, are you going to make the tournament? It's been, are you good enough to host? Are you good enough to be a top 8 seed? So softball, to translate it to that sport, very similar. Obviously, you're thinking in the same way, and you're making postseason play. You're hosting. Yeah, you're on the line. You might not get there, but regardless, you've got a chance to keep playing for a while. And it's been, a disappointing game, yes, but it's in the course of what's been a great season for Ashley Chastain Woodard.
Well, as we talked about so many times, we've seen them have rough first games of series, like last week against Alabama. Got run ruled on Friday and went out there and won the final 2 games of that series and beat them, just for good measure on Wednesday in their first game of the SEC tournament as well. So I don't think anybody's worried about them bouncing back. Once they get into the NCAA tournament, they'll find out Sunday what their draw is, who's coming here to Columbia, and what seed they end up getting. But, yeah, they'll be fine. No worries there. Same can't be said, unfortunately, for baseball. Look, we know they're not playing for anything. I laid out my goal yesterday is just don't go get embarrassed out there on the plains after getting drug by a combined 30-3 on Sunday against Florida and 16 innings of work there. It got pretty bad. 24-2 last night, 7-run rule. I didn't know there was anything lower than rock bottom, but we might be there.
I don't even know what to say at this point. Was not a math major, as I've said many times, but 54-5 combined over the last 3 games that you've played. And that actually just doesn't even feel like a real number, a real stat in baseball. Yeah. There's not a sport where that number would be good, but in baseball, certainly for a program with the history that South Carolina has, it's just almost unfathomable to me that you can get beat that badly 3 games in a row. And, I think sometimes, sometimes in baseball you do have fluke games. You have games, too, where even the final score does not necessarily tell the story of a game. You'll have games where, frankly, teams will just punt the game halfway through, and they put in a pitcher that's not in their main sort of list of guys. And the final score, you even see it in MLB, the final score, sometimes they put a position player
the
in.
center fielder comes into pitch.
Yes, and you might look at the final score, you say, man, what happened? They don't care. And really, it's not even a big deal in the grand scheme. But when you have 3 games, back to back to back, that you get beat just this handily, and it was 12-1 after 3.
Yep,
I think. So some of your main guys obviously are giving up lots of runs. You're not scoring runs. I believe one of those 2 runs came very, very late on a solo home run.
Yeah, I think Woida either top of the 6th or top of the 7th.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I'm not telling anybody anything they don't already know that's listening, but this is just, Chris, I don't even know what you say, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, the numbers are incredibly ugly, and, Jack Veltri led his story from Gamecock Central last night with just kind of a reminder of where we're at, not to continue to pile on, but Sunday, just a few days ago, Carolina has its largest margin of defeat in a game since 97. That was the 22-3 loss to Florida. And we get, 4 days later, less than a week later, and the mark gets shattered again, by losing 24-2. And like I had somebody, and Jack covers the baseball program a lot more closely than I do. I would say than any of us do. But I was asked this morning on the forums, like, what is it? How did it get this bad? And when it is this bad, like, I think it's always just a combination of things, and ultimately the head coach is always responsible for where a program is. And I don't think anybody expected, nobody that I know that's reasonable came into this thing saying, all right, hey, good season, not great season, good season last year, but not a season good enough to have Mark Kingston with his whole body of work keep his job. Maybe this should probably be a little bit better this year, and Paul Maneri's coming in. So the expectations weren't super high, but I mean, it cannot be this bad. It's just unfathomable. Like when you see these scores, and not just one score, to your point, Wes, if a game gets away from you, that happens to everybody. Everybody has some bad losses over the course of a season. Everybody pretty much has a game or two that just kind of the wheels come off. Or like you said, you kind of abort mission, midway through if it's not going your way. But this is a situation where South Carolina's entire team and coaching staff should really be dialed in on trying to finish this thing strong, even though, like you said, Tyler, there's nothing left to play for other than the SEC tournament. And it just has gone – it's gotten worse. And you compare it to, like, the basketball team from last season, right? Obviously a huge struggle last year. Obviously a lot that didn't go the team's way, but every single time you watched a game, like I never watched the team and said, man, they're just not competing, right? And it just has a different feel here at the end of the season. And that's not making any type of like accusation or anything like that, but there doesn't seem to be, to me, y'all tell me if this is fair, it doesn't seem like there's as high of an engagement level, which makes sense. Things are going poorly, very poorly, but to go this badly, it's almost not, you're not just getting beat. It's like you're getting beat on the field, on the diamond. You're also getting beat like emotionally, it seems like. And it's just hard to fathom how we've gotten here.
Yeah, and like I said, I did not watch the game yesterday, so
you didn't miss much.
I'm not gonna judge the body language and all that, but you look at the results, and I do think baseball is a game because of the way it's structured. If you see that team quit, and sometimes it's a pitcher had a terrible outing. It's a game where it's kind of unlike any other, just in terms of like. If the bats are quiet on a certain day, then like if you let's say you score 2 runs in a game, sometimes you get a great pitching outing,
sure,
and you win that game 2-1, and everybody says, well, that was a well played game, and we won the game. And then other times, you have to score 8 runs, and you win 8-7, and the pitching was terrible, maybe, but you still won the game, and everybody's like, oh yeah, you found a way to win. Well, when you're not getting production at the plate and you're not pitching, like those two things are completely separate individuals, completely separate skill sets, completely separate coaches. But right now, you're not getting anything from either one of them. And I think that's when it gets alarming a little bit, that it's both of those completely separate units.
Yep.
And it's through multiple games now. It's not just one game. And real quick, Tyler, yesterday, the runs allowed per inning for South Carolina, because this is 24 runs in a 7-inning game.
Mm-hmm.
And because Auburn is the home team, they didn't have to bat in the 7th.
Six innings.
Think about that.
Yeah.
6 innings. So Auburn does not score in the first. The next 4 innings, they score 5, 7, 3, and 9. 9 in a game in each inning. So I think that's, again, I don't even know how you put into words how that happens. Brandon Stone, who has been, pretty good for this team at times.
Yep.
8 runs, all earned. Tyler Pitzer, who, has pitched a lot of innings for this team at times. 10 earned runs in an inning and a third. I mean, it's in 6 innings that Auburn was at the plate, you allowed 24 runs.
And, again, we've heard Maneri multiple times this week double down, saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not giving up after 1 year. And, again, it'd be a huge buyout, so it's unlikely that he gets fired. But you do have to start asking questions of, okay, what happens with assistants? Terry Rooney, Monty Lee. Because, again, it's pitching and hitting that are struggling. So where do you make changes? Do you make changes at both spots? Does it happen after the season is over? Does it happen after this weekend? I don't know. But if Maneri's not going anywhere, it's very unlikely this entire coaching staff stays intact the way that it is, because that just should not happen and doesn't happen in baseball.
I mean, I think the question you're asking is fair. I also think it's fair to say we don't really know. Like, speaking for myself only, I haven't heard, hey, there's going to be shakeups. Like typically when you have a season that goes this poorly, things change in a program. Now, what are those? I don't know. Paul Maneri has pointed to, he said the other day publicly, hey, recruiting's going really well. We'll see, right? But are there any other changes to the program? It stands to reason that there could be, but will there be? I don't know. And I think, as we sit here, guys, it seems like this is going to be a shorter than usual season for South Carolina. And so maybe we get some of those answers more quickly than you typically do. I don't have them sitting here, but with what we've seen, the product that we've seen, especially lately, but throughout the course of this season, something's got to give. Some things have to change. And I don't think it's just, hey, recruit, right? Like, yes, that's a huge component of it. But what else is it to get this thing turned around? And that's going to be the question that dominates this offseason.
Still at least 7 more games to play. Doubleheader today against Auburn gets rolling at 2 o'clock because of weather this weekend, moving things around a little bit. Pre-game coverage starting at 1:45 on the game here in Columbia, and 100.3 the game out in Myrtle Beach. Coach Beamer spoke last night once again at another welcome home event, this one up in Greenville. We'll get his thoughts on some changes in college football that might be on the horizon. Coming up next is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs here on the game.
All right, folks, let me tell you about our friends over at Integrated Media. IntegratedMediaInc.com, or the phone number 803-948-8327. Hit them up for any of your audio and video needs there at home. For me, they've been at my house, like we always tell you. They've been at Chris's as well. For me, it was all about the internet connection. Maybe, you're streaming. Maybe you're working from home. Maybe you got other stuff going on that needs, maybe it's gaming, and you need that solid, not just fast, but reliable connection. They came out. We went all in on the whole home Wi-Fi situation. But then even further from that, we ran Ethernet throughout my house into multiple offices, into the bedroom, into different spots. So not only just all at once were we getting awesome streaming in terms of working from home, but also all those different streaming services we use for our TVs as well. So if that sounds like something you need, hit up our friends at Integrated Media, IntegratedMediaInc.com.
I saw that. I was reading some of that coming up here today on my phone, just some information about it. I don't know enough about it. I think if you're looking for anyone to spearhead change or be in a leadership position when it comes to college football going forward, he's the first person that would come to mind from my standpoint. I know a lot of people would say the same. So don't know enough about it, but all for it.
Welcome back in. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler, Wes, and Chris with you on your Friday. That, of course, was Coach Beamer last night at the Welcome Home event up in Greenville that Chris was at when posed the question on his thoughts on Nick Saban being on the president's new college football commission, which is set to analyze the sport and try and find fixes in all the different areas that obviously need a lot of fixing. I think we can all agree, much like Beamer said, there may not be a better person in that position to do that kind of thing and try and get some of these things under control, if at all possible.
Yeah.
Well, many people. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
Many people have said that, Nick Saban could run for office and be elected and possibly easily. And I don't blame him. It doesn't seem he has a lot of interest in doing that. But if he can do something kind of in the political realm somewhat by being on a political commission that's going to hopefully solve some issues in college football, that makes sense, right? A lot of people have said, man, I wish Nick Saban was, the college football commissioner, the college football czar. Hey, if the NCAA goes away and there's some new college football organization, how about Nick Saban? He's a guy that's got tons of something that we need, frankly, is more people with experience in these matters talking about these things. And that's not to say that I agree with everything that Nick Saban's ever said about NIL or the transfer portal, or that he would have, everybody in agreement with him. But, right now, if you look back, guys, at a lot of the things, everybody's waiting on a congressional bill, or a lot of people are. Unlikely to happen. Maybe it will one day, but it's a lot of arguing back and forth. If you listen to some of the hearings, if you hear some of the things that are said, your first reaction is frequently, that's way off. They don't understand what's going on. Nick Saban at least has an understanding. He's been in the game for he was in the game for 50 years. He's still around it. He still knows a lot of people. And so supposedly the people that have been reported are Nick Saban, and then a businessman who's a big Texas Tech supporter who sold his company for, I think, $4 billion at some point recently. I don't know much about him, but I do know it makes me feel better that if all this happens, and, what the committee looks like, I'm with Beamer. I don't really know other than much of what I've read. But Nick Saban's a pretty good mind to have in that room if you're talking about restructuring some things with college football. Now, my next question is, what's the structure? Like, how do these things get accomplished? And I think that's my biggest question.
Well, and does Saban and this committee, do they have the power to actually enact these changes too? Yes. I think. And Saban still, I think, very much old school in some ways. And so it certainly makes sense on the surface to say, hey, if there's somebody who should be involved in this, it should be Nick Saban. And, he obviously knows the game incredibly well inside, and out, like in terms of all the kind of different things that affect the game that we all love. Well, all right, you can come up with a lot of different plans, but at this point, the players have so much power. Are the players going to agree to it, or is this just going to create another lawsuit situation? I think that's on the surface, yeah, great. We would all love to just see things get solidified, I think is the best way to say it. I don't even know if we're even that worried anymore about what exactly it looks like. We just want for there to be some continuity. And, I'm looking at a headline right now. My guy, Ross Dellinger, who is the best reporter out there, in my opinion. Hey, growing support from the Big Ten and the SEC for a potential 16-team college football playoff. So another... This would have been a bombshell report, and now we don't even blink an eye because everything just changes. So, South Carolina would have been in the playoff this past season if we had this structure potentially.
Yep.
But obviously they weren't with this past structure. So there's just so much that I think fans are just overwhelmed with all the change.
And Chris, you wanted to bring this up, this article by Pete Nakos, which does reference this college football commission in part of it, because, the NIL stuff, that's its own, animal that's going to probably take a while to wrangle if they're able to do that. But it does seem like the transfer portal is something that's a little more obtainable and getting to more of a good position. And there's a lot of, support around moving to just a January window as opposed to having December and April like we've been doing these past handful of years, and kind of just trying to get things more in line that coaches can all agree makes their lives a little bit easier.
Well, even that begs the question, though, what is the structure, right? So the American Football Coaches Association can vote, which they already did vote, and proposed, let's have one window and let's push it to January. Okay. And you might look at that and say, great solution. You can agree or disagree with it. Let's say you do. How do you do it? Right. Right now, we're in a structure where it's done through litigation. The NCAA can change the rules, but they've been forced to change the rules because of court rulings. And I feel like I'm getting almost annoying talking about all this, but there's so many different issues. There's the playoff, like you said, Wes. There's the transfer portal. There's NIL. There's there's all these things. How do you put it all together to where we're not having to constantly address all these things, where they're constantly changing, where we have a plan, and then a court says, actually, that plan doesn't work, or that plan does work. Now you got to change your rules, NCAA. And I go back to this. We got to have a bargaining structure. If you have a bargaining structure, then you can say, all right, if you have a 1-year NIL deal and it runs through the spring, you can't renegotiate your NIL deal. It's a deal. If a school offers you one, great, but you're not leaving to go to another team during the spring window. Or you can say, hey, we're going to have one portal window. Or you can say, here's what the college football playoff looks like. Like, I feel like if you bring it all under an umbrella and it's all done where both sides have to agree, there's going to be some give and take. But it's not going to be just give. It's not going to be just take. That's how it has to be done. So, I don't know if that's how it's going to be done. I'm skeptical that we can get a bill. I'm even skeptical, guys, if this committee ended up saying, hey, the president of the United States is just going to do this by executive order. Those get tied up in courts too. We need to try as much as possible to get the courts out of this thing. Courts can be good for a lot of things. They're not good for this. And so we got to have some type of structure. What that is, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the portal inevitably gets tied back into NIL because the argument becomes, well, but if there's not some type of bargaining agreement, the argument becomes you have now kept me from being able to earn more money because the guys are making bank in these portal windows. So if you say, hey, you can't have a spring portal window, which I think on the surface, if we're just putting on our common sense hat, makes a lot of sense for the sport. Like, hey, if you agree to a deal that's going to carry you through the rest of the year during that first portal window, you can't enter the portal in the spring.
That's right.
And I think that even maybe passes the common sense test a little bit more than just saying there's not going to be a spring portal window. Because what about the people who go through spring, they don't have deals, and then they just realize, hey, I'm not going to play. Like, I still have a spot for those guys, I think, to be able to move along to somewhere else where they can play. But for the people who got deals and got paid, something has to be planned out and agreed to where, all right, we're not even at the point of 3-year deals, which I think is ideal, but at least make the 1-year deal mean something and hold up.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. A lot of things to be cleaned up, hopefully, in the near future when it comes to college football, but easier said than done, obviously. We'll get back in the softball conversation coming up next. Brad Muller going to join us and discuss South Carolina softball falling last night and looking ahead to the NCAA tournament. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs here on the game.
Our friends over at Game Day Men's Health can help you as a man find your maximal self. Science-based treatments to help you reclaim your passion and your purpose. So if you're dealing with any of these type of symptoms, chronic fatigue, loss of motivation, increased body fat, brain fog, mood swings or muscle loss, plus others, Game Day Men's Health is where you need to go. GameDayMen'sHealth.com/North-Columbia, or you can just go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the closest location near to you. The Columbia location, 115 Atrium Way, right off I-77 and I-20, 803-265-3161. Man cave style clinics, complete with snacks, drinks. They can get you your blood test results very quickly. A free consultation after that will give you all the information you need on a treatment plan and ongoing monitoring. Again, GameDayMen'sHealth.com or 803-265-3161.
Welcome back in. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler West and Chris along with you on your Friday here on the game. Time to get back into the softball conversation. Joining us now on Love Chevrolet phone lines is our guy, Brad Muller. Brad, first of all, appreciate you taking your time as always. Talked about the top of the show. Obviously not fun last night, falling 12-4 in 5 innings to Texas A&M, though they are the #1 team in the country. But it's obviously a good thing when you can kind of shake off a loss like that, knowing you still got a lot more softball to play in the more important tournament with the NCAA coming up next week.
Yeah, if anything we've seen from this team in Coach Chastain Woodard's first year is they are very resilient. Anytime, especially in any kind of series where they lost the opener, especially in a run rule fashion or something like that, they've always bounced back. So sometimes you have an aberration. This is a very good defensive team. I think they were second best in the SEC in fielding percentage going into the SEC tournament, and they kicked it around 5 times last night, which is just unlike them. So you have nights like that, and when you play, a top 5 team and number 1 team in the country, they're going to make you pay. But, the exciting thing for this team is not only are they going to the NCAA tournament, but they should be a regional host, which is a big deal.
Hey, Brad, it's Wes. Appreciate you hopping on with this. Obviously, it seems like they've done more than enough, like you said, to be a regional host. I've been tracking on Softball America their projections for, a top 8. At one point this week, they had South Carolina 9, LSU 8. This morning, they actually have them flipped, South Carolina 8, LSU 9. So, obviously, kind of right on that bubble for that top 8 seed. And I know it's not in a vacuum either, but do you think they've done enough? Have you heard any buzz around the program kind of for the expectation of if they could get maybe that final top 8 seed, or do you think this is going to be a regional host instead?
It's one of those things that, if you can use the on the bubble term for that, I think what you just outlined clearly shows that they are on that bubble to be one of the, if not the last, overall host if they do go out of regionals to host super regional. Their resume is one of the strongest in the country in terms of their strength of the schedule, their quad 1 wins, their lack of, bad losses. They don't really have a ton of bad losses. They haven't lost anybody, I believe, below quad 1. I think they have either first or second for the most wins and games played against ranked teams. So, they hit all the marks, and plus, a 40-win season, which is usually a huge benchmark, especially considering the schedule they played. They hit all the marks where they have a terrific argument. So if they get it, it's going to be hard to say they didn't deserve it. If they don't get it, the problem is you have a lot of teams in the SEC with very similar resumes in terms of being a top 8 seed, and it's just how many are you going to give from the same conference, even if they deserve it? But it's going to be close. So one of the things they're going to look at too is that they always look at is recency, such as the last 2 weeks or last 10 games. I think South Carolina's 6-4 maybe in their last 10 games. The second to last week of the regular season, they had a bad weekend where they lost a series at Auburn, which I think kind of hurt them a little bit. If they win that series, win one more game, I think then it's a little more solid. But I think they went 6-4 down the stretch. Not terrible. So they're right on that bubble. But having seen them played all year, I'm excited for the potential of this team in the postseason, and certainly playing at home where they've played much better, like most teams do all season long. That would certainly give them an advantage. But I think it's just going to come down to the wire. It's just going to be that close.
Brad, it's Chris. Thanks for taking time for us today. And I mean, to your point, when you're looking over the Softball America, and they are projections, right? But generally, they're going to be in the ballpark. 7 of the top 8 seeds are from the SEC, and then 8 of the top 10 are in the SEC. So, of course, a murderer's row in this conference. And that leads me to this question. Let's zoom out and go to kind of the beginning of this season. And now we've seen what South Carolina has accomplished in Coach Chastain Woodard's first year. Has this team surpassed even your expectations with what they've done this year, to where we're sitting here, first 2 weeks in May talking about the potential of a top 8 seed in the best conference in the country?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure the coaching staff would tell you, no, this is what they expected. And, because they know better than all of us. They see these kids every day, in the off season and all that. But yeah, you didn't really know what to expect going into this year because, okay, it's a new coaching staff. It's a very new team. You had so many transfers in, and most of those transfers came from, mid-major programs, for lack of a better word, and you weren't sure if they would be able to play at that level, every weekend in the SEC. Well, it turns out they pretty much could. A lot of those kids that transferred from mid-majors were starters and were significant contributors. You did have Quincy Lelio, who's the leadoff hitter that transferred from Oklahoma, that didn't play much at Oklahoma. That's why she came here. She turns into a terrific leadoff hitter that has been a terrific table setters, and you have all the Charlotte transfers that came with Coach that proved they could play at this level. They're really good. When you're looking at the likes of Ariana Rhodey, who broke the school single-season home run record, in her first season here. Lexi Winters has been outstanding behind the plate and also very good with the bat. In fact, she may be the most improved player. She was not known as a hitter when she came from Charlotte, but she had her highest career batting average, I think, here playing in the SEC. Abigail Knight was another starter that was a Charlotte transfer, as well as Ella Chansey. All of those, I think 4 of the 6 transfers from Charlotte were all in the starting lineup, and all 4 of them hit over 300 this year. And then you had Sam Grass, who was just really kind of the heart and soul of this team from a pitching standpoint. Not numbers that are going to wow you, but she just most of the time got the job done. And she makes a lot of appearances, got knocked around a little bit last night, which is going to happen, from time to time when you throw as often as she does. But she really put this team on her back, whether as a starter or as coming out of the bullpen. It's just been really a lot of fun to watch this team come together. You had a few kids that came back from last year, but with all these transfers, great team chemistry. They all get along. They're good kids, and for the most part, they play good ball. Again, last night I thought was an aberration with all the errors, but they play fundamentally well. They're not a team that's going to hit a ton of home runs overall, other than Rhodey, but they hit a lot of doubles, and they're a fun team to watch. So yeah, to me, I think they way exceeded expectations. A 40-win season and a winning record in conference. It's only the second time it's happened in 22 years.
Again, talking Gamecock softball with our guy, Brad Muller. Got about a little over 2 minutes here. The benefit of being balanced in the second or the quarterfinals of the SEC tournament is you do get a couple extra days rest. Where do you stand on the extra days rest as opposed to momentum riding through playing maybe deeper into this weekend?
You can work it any way you want to. The rest doesn't matter as much as it does in baseball, let's say for the pitchers and things like that, because as you know, in softball, you could have the same pitcher pitch 3 days in a row if you need to, because of the less wear and tear on the arm. I think at this point in the season, it's not a terrible thing for them. You can refocus on things. At some point, everybody hits that wall. I think offensively, they'd kind of hit a wall the last couple of weeks of the season, and you saw them kind of starting to snap out of it. The last game of the Alabama series this past weekend, and the first game in the SEC tournament, where some of those kids that were maybe struggling to get hits to drop, they were starting to get hits to drop for them again. So, at this point, there's nothing wrong after playing whatever they played, 55 games, of having a couple of extra days where you're not doing anything softball related, just to, refresh and all that. If they did go on a bigger run in the SEC tournament, yeah, you could certainly spin it the other way. Hey, we did this, but they've been playing SEC teams, basically ranked teams every weekend, 3 games a week. So they are used to tough competition, and they're not going to see anything stronger in the regional than that they haven't already seen in an SEC weekend, because they've played top 25 basically every weekend.
He's Brad Muller. Appreciate your insight as always. I'm sure we'll have plenty more conversations hopefully over the next couple weeks in terms of how deep this team can go in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, thanks so much. I hope folks will get out, when they do announce that they get a regional bid, they'll get out there and watch them, because it's been a really fun team.
Absolutely. Thanks as always, Brad.
All righty.
All right, Brad Muller joining us on the Love Chevrolet phone lines. We'll come back and wrap up the day in the week. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs on your Friday here on The Game. Welcome back in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler, West, and Chris along with you for a couple more minutes here. Again, we are a long way away from the football season starting, still over 100 days, but when it gets here, it gets rolling, and before you know it, we'll be at rivalry week, waiting for South Carolina to take on Clemson, this time at Williams-Brice Stadium. But the day before that, we've got a pretty fun Black Friday that's coming together. Last year, you had the Egg Bowl, and Georgia and Georgia Tech as the nightcap. They played that wild 8-overtime game. You're going to get those same games once again this year, but the nightcap this time, Texas and Texas A&M in Austin at 7:30 on ABC. So a full day. You're going to get Egg Bowl at noon, likely Georgia and Georgia Tech at 3:30, and then the nightcap again, Texas and Texas A&M to round out day one of rivalry week before we get obviously the full slate of games, including South Carolina and Clemson on Saturday as well. Pretty excited about this.
You're already excited about it?
Already excited. I love rivalry week.
I appreciate your commitment, Tyler.
I mean, somebody brought it up on the show the other day. How can you not be romantic about baseball? Same with college football. I'm already looking forward to that. But, Tyler, your question, what's week 0 look like this year?
Ooh.
The week that does not exist, according to Wes Mitchell.
Yeah, West, shut your mic off. You're not allowed to talk about this. I will.
But do we have something worth talking about?
We have some week 0 stuff. Let me get it going here.
So the technical, that would be Saturday, August 23rd, correct?
Correct.
That'd be your week 0.
Yep, we got a couple
4
things.
games. You have actually a bunch of games on that Thursday. I don't see anything that immediately jumps out unless you think, Nebraska at Cincinnati is an incredible game, but not anything great. Wes, here you go. Let's just get you to revisit just to make sure that you're not interested.
Okay.
Stanford at Hawaii.
Wait, hold on. Give me your on 1 to 10 for every game that he says. Give me your interest level.
Stanford and Hawaii?
Yep. At Hawaii.
2.
Okay, 2. I'm actually surprised it was that high. Kansas State at Iowa State in Ireland.
3.
3 points for Ireland only. Fresno State at Kansas.
2. 1.
And by the way, there's no way this is right. The little tickets as low as thing on ESPN's
also
schedule
2
here. Tickets as low as $179. Like not $1.79, $179 for the Kansas game.
Well, Kansas got the new stadium or the upgrades to the stadium, so maybe that's why.
I don't care what they're playing.
People are excited about Lance Leipold out on the in the Midwest.
I guess so. David Booth Memorial Stadium. Okay, so Wes, that was a 2.
Yeah.
And then this one may take the cake. Sam Houston, the Bearcats with a K, right, Tyler?
That's correct.
At Western Kentucky.
Wow. Yeah. Set the DVR now. 1.
Not excited about the Bearcats and the Hilltoppers?
Nobody got a 0, so that's.
I didn't know. Yeah. I thought it was 1 to 10.
I will tune in lightly and have those on in the background, but I think I'm kind of with you on the week 0 this year.
Am I the only true sicko here that's going to watch all these games?
Guys, if I'm going to have a steak for dinner, the appetizer has got to be good. And if a place doesn't have good appetizers, I'm not ordering an appetizer.
Yeah, but even if the appetizer isn't good, the entree is likely going to be better. You just got to wait longer for it.
I have no desire for a bad appetizer to start my experience.
Well, the good news, Wes, is yes, Tyler, that rivalry week slate that you just laid out is incredible, but the actual week 1 of the season, I mean, Alabama at Florida State, for the intrigue factor, can Florida State be half decent this year is interesting. But hey, you've also got you've got LSU at Clemson, you've got Texas at Ohio State. How about that one? There's some good games in that first week that'll make it worth watching, I think.
And something we haven't really talked a whole lot about, and again, we still got over 100 days to get there. The fact that South Carolina and Virginia Tech are playing on Sunday, we don't have a kick time yet. I'm assuming that's going to be 3:30 on ABC because Notre Dame and Miami are going to play that night at 7:30. Yep. I mean, you on opening weekend of college football, you get a true standalone game in the middle of the day, and again, everybody's starving for any kind of football they can get their hands on. you're going to be the center of focus for 3.5, 4 hours on that Sunday before Notre Dame and Miami play that night. That's pretty cool for this program to get to do that right off the jump against a cool opponent in Virginia Tech.
Yeah, now, while I am anti-week 0, I actually do love the first weekend that you get now, the Saturday, Sunday. Do we have a Monday game this year, too? I know
yeah, TCU in North Carolina.
Yeah, the last few years, I mean.
Chapel Bill's debut.
Well, and we'll see if his girlfriend is allowed on the sideline or not, based on the reporting today that she's not allowed in the facility. She may have to use the Connor Stallions style of sneaking in, but I'm all for that. It reminds me for South Carolina a little bit of during the Spurrier era, they were able to snag those Thursday slots to start the year. And we don't see as much hype about the Thursday games as maybe we once did, but I always thought, especially as that program was trying to get off the ground, grabbing the spotlight on that Thursday and kind of, I don't even think they had week 0 then.
I think so.
So that was kind of the actual kickoff of the season. You had all eyes on you, and this will be another chance, against also not a marquee national team, but another Power 4 program. And but also a very winnable game, a game you're going to be favored in.
I am anti-neutral site games in week 1. I would much rather this game be here in Columbia or up the road in Blacksburg. Like, please don't put this in a sterile NFL stadium.
Did you see they did Enter Sandman live?
We had a Virginia Tech guy on the other day who was going to the concert that night. That is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And, yeah, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, yeah. Me and Tyler are in agreement on this, and you're good on the Sunday games,
I love
Monday
it.
games.
Just put them on campus and not neutral sites. That's my only gripe. So,
I'm with you.
Yeah, only 100 and some odd days until we get there. That'll do it for the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Coming up next, halftime show. Myself and Jack Felchi, abbreviated version because Gamecock baseball does actually have to play games today starting at 2 o'clock. That's up next here on the game.
All right, Tyler, later, man.
If you heard Chris Clark just telling us all bye and leaving the second the show ended, probably because he's running to Firehouse Subs right now. He's probably already put in his order with the Rapid Rescue to go or going to firehousesubs.com. He's probably got, I can't confirm this, but he's probably got all of his favorites saved on there with his account so that he can just click through. It's going to be customized with exactly what he wants. For me, it would be no pickle on the side. For Chris, it's probably extra pickle on the side. But whatever your favorites are, you can save your favorite on the app at firehousesubs.com. That could be, try the new Zesty Garlic Hook and Ladder or the Spicy Dill Hook and Ladder, or your all-time favorites that they've just been putting out for years. For me, it's brisket, add bacon, which is phenomenal. But whatever your favorites, there is one for you at firehousesubs.com where you can get an easy, efficient order waiting for you right there on the shelf for lunch. Do it now. Do it today. Firehouse Subs.
12 o'clock on your Friday afternoon now. Welcome in is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Veltri, last day filling in for Terry Ford as he is off and in Chicago for that sports media event, which he'll be back in here coming up next week. So once again, thank you for hanging out with us for an abbreviated show today, Jack. Gamecock baseball, which don't worry, we'll talk about in a second, does have a doubleheader today because of the weather moving through the southeast. Taking on Auburn starting at 2 o'clock, pregame at 1:45 right here on the game, and then game 2 taking place about 45 minutes after game 1 happens. And fortunately for Jack, you did not have to make the trip out to Auburn. Or for one, you didn't have to sit through the debacle last night, and two, you don't have to sit through what I'm imagining is going to be about 7 to 8 hours worth of baseball today, probably.
Going into night of baseball, and you kind of hope it just moves as quick as possible, and South Carolina finds a way to, I mean, it can't get any worse than yesterday. I mean, that's just the simple fact of the matter is that when you lose 24-2, the only way hypothetically to go is up, but you never know with this team. They've continued to just kind of go down, and I thought one loss would be bad, and then there's another worse loss out there, and this is the latest one, so it can only get better from here, but at the same time, it also definitely could get worse.
I'm almost kind of afraid to say that because I felt like on Monday we said the same thing. Like, well, you can't get worse than getting beat 22-3 and 30-3 over the course of 16 innings in your doubleheader on Sunday. It got worse last night. Like you brought up earlier, they had their worst loss on Sunday in 29 years, 28 years. And then you followed that up 4 days later with an even worse loss than that. So I don't want to go out on a limb and say it can't get worse because they've proven pretty quickly they can make it look worse.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's just been hard to watch, honestly. And, you know, I don't even know what to feel, man. Like, I'm just covering these games and I'm watching it. I'm just like, how is this program that, you know, granted, I was not watching when, you know, they were in the College World Series and winning consistently and stuff, like, but like, man, it's just, how could you go from that to bottom of the barrel in the SEC? You know, that's kind of what I see, especially from the national media out there. Like, they just ask the question, like, how did South Carolina baseball get to this? And it's just sad to see, honestly. I mean, last night was kind of just another embarrassing performance, and it's the 4th time in SEC play that they've been run ruled, and you know, it's either they get blown out or they lose close, and more times than not, they just don't look competitive enough with these other teams in the SEC.
As you and I discussed earlier, Maneri's been adamant, hey, I'm not going anywhere. Again, the buyout would be a hefty penny, so I don't think we all have a lot of confidence that Donati is gonna make a move after 1 year, but something's got to change, right? And we've seen this plenty of times, not just with baseball, with other sports. If the head coach is not going to go, somebody underneath him is likely to go. And again, you're looking at both ends of the spectrum here. The pitching's been bad and the hitting's been bad. And I get it. Ethan Petry's not been in the lineup here as of late, but still, it's been a consistent issue this entire season. So you're looking at Terry Rooney and Monty Lee, and I'm not calling for their heads. I'm just saying I've seen this enough times across all sports to know that at some point you look at those two guys and see if you are really better off keeping them or moving on and bringing someone else in to fill those roles.
You know, I go back and forth on it. Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to get rid of Paul Maneri, which I know the buyout is a lot, but I think if Jeremiah Donati really wants to make a statement and win the fan base over a little bit, you know, get them in the right, you know, in their good graces, and maybe he doesn't care about that. I don't know. Maybe it is just a financially just bad decision to fire Paul Maneri after 1 year. But I mean, the fan base, is adamant about it, and they're calling for him to do something, and something has to be done this offseason. And I don't know if getting rid of the players love Monty Lee. I mean, I don't know if that would fix a lot of the issues, but Terry Rooney and the pitching staff have just not done a good job this year, and I just don't know if getting rid of them is going to fix the overarching issue with this program. And I think it does start at the top. I mean, if you really do want to get better, I think you're not going to get rid of Paul Maneri, which I think, in some sense, maybe you do need to do just to start fresh. But if you're not, you got to go out there and make drastic changes, whether it's your coaching staff, your philosophy, go out and get some good portal players. I mean, there's just so many issues with this program, but I think it truly does start at the top, if I'm being quite honest.
Yeah, and again, this is not me calling for anybody to get fired. I'm just saying, based on how we know these things work, it tends to trend in that direction. And I think a lot of people would point at Terry Rooney, first off, because, again, you have given up 63 runs in your last 4 conference games, including last night's 24 runs. So pitching's been an issue. And again, you can make the conversation about talent, but the pitching coach usually ends up falling on the sword before anybody else. And we have to remember, Maneri and Rooney have a long relationship. These guys have been at the hip, connected for so many years, going back to their time and success at LSU. I don't know how that goes if you are trying to move on from him. You know what I mean? Because it's one thing to move on from somebody that you just brought in, this past year and you don't know that well. It's another thing to, move on from the guy that has been your right-hand man for most of your career.
But I think we also have to understand, yes, that's all important and stuff, but, relationships are great, but the results on the field are what matters most. And when you have an over 9 ERA in SEC play, and you're giving up as many runs as you are, I mean, something is up there, and you have to do something different, whether it's getting rid of him. I mean, I just don't know. And the other thing is he's the recruiting coordinator too. So that adds another layer. And, we've talked about it before, Tyler. I just think in this day and age, kids want to go play at a winning program. They want to go play where the culture is good and stuff. South Carolina obviously has problems that go far beyond what the, getting blown out in these games. I mean, it's just, there's so many issues here that it's like, how do you convince a kid to come play here? I mean, yes, you can say that, be a part of the turnaround and stuff, but it's one thing if this were a rebuild and that they had a young head coach that was, in it for the long haul, but we don't know how long Paul is actually going to be here. Even if he stays beyond this season, I mean, there's no telling how long he will actually be here, as he's only going to get older. So, I mean, the point is that there's just, I don't think one firing of an assistant coach would fix the many problems that are going on with this program right now.
And look, let's be honest, this sucks for everyone. It sucks for the coaches, sucks for the players, sucks for the fans, sucks with us in the media that we don't have a good team to talk about and cover, because that is content that we rely on this time of year. So nobody wants it to be this bad, which is why I think the response, especially of these last couple of days, has been with such vitriol, because this program should never be in this kind of position based on their history.
Yeah, I mean, people care more than anything here. I mean, you want to talk about the hierarchy of sports that people care about here. It's obviously women's basketball has a tremendous fan base here at South Carolina, one that I didn't even realize is as big as it is, this season. I mean, it's insane. You see how many people care about it. Football obviously has a large fan base, but then baseball has the history and the tradition and the people that care, the people that say they're checked out and stuff, believe me, they're still looking at box scores and stuff. But it's also just like you see it in the attendance. I mean, the attendance was dreadful for the Florida series. And I think if South Carolina goes out here, plays the way they did last night in these next 2 games today, I don't know how much worse it could get in terms of fan turnout next weekend when LSU comes to town. I mean, that's going to be a series where I think we're going to see more LSU fans than Carolina. And this is it's just sad. I don't think there's any other way you can put it. Like, this program it's in the coffin right now. It's getting buried. And I don't know. There's so many things you got to fix this offseason. And, Jeremiah Donati and Paul Maneri and everyone involved in the decision making and what is next, it's going to have to be a real tough conversation to figure out the cold, honest truth of how do you get this program back to where you want to be? Because, Omaha feels like so far away.
Sure.
It does not feel like a quick flight away. It feels like a stratosphere away right now.
Yeah, fortunately, the other diamond sport is doing pretty well. Last night wasn't fun. You fall 12-4 to the number one team in the country in Texas A&M, but we know Coach Chastain Woodard's team is in good position to make the NCAA tournament. We now await selection Sunday to find out what seeding they're going to get. The question becomes of did you do enough to get a top 8 national seed? They were 9, according to Softball America, going into the SEC tournament, and certainly have one of the stronger resumes in all of college softball. So, again, kind of got to sit and wait for about another 48 hours, but we know they'll be playing somebody, a selection of teams next weekend over at Beckham Field.
Yeah, they're going to be at home for the first, for the regional. That seems to be all but a lock at this point. The question does become, can you host as a national seed for supers if you were to get there? And, we know in college baseball how tough it is to go on the road for a super regional and try to win. Just ask South Carolina baseball 2 years ago, going to Florida. That environment is crazy out there for these supers. And softball, I can imagine, is the same exact thing. And if you're South Carolina, I feel like you've done enough. Now, more than enough, I don't know about that. I don't know exactly. They're 13-11 in conference play. They got bounced in the second round of the SEC or third round of the SEC tournament. But they also have a very strong resume with a lot of quad 1 wins. They don't have, as Ashley mentioned in her post game yesterday, they don't have any quad 3 or quad 4 losses or anything. So they're handling their business when they need to. And look, the other thing also to note, they went on the road to Duke and they hosted Texas Tech during their bye week. So they scheduled tough and they won those series.
Yeah, they have. And again, coming away from last night, tough loss, obviously, getting run ruled, but we've seen them bounce back. Literally just a week ago, got run ruled by Alabama and found a way to win those next 2 games and even beat them, on Wednesday in the tournament just for good measure. So Ashley Chastain's Woodard's team is in a very good spot. And look, are they going to go on and win the entire thing and win the national championship? Maybe not in year number 1. Be great if they did. But it's just cool to see the success that they had when I think a lot of people, as opposed to baseball, didn't maybe have the highest expectations in year 1. Because, again, you have a coach, great that she's an alumni, but coming up from a G5 level to the SEC, which got that much tougher with Oklahoma and Texas coming in. I think making the tournament was to be expected, but getting there in the process they've done to win what the 40 games they have has been a nice surprise.
Winning 40 games, winning the series that you have, hosting a regional most likely at Beckham Field. That's more than enough for year 1. And keep in mind, yes, you did well in recruiting, I think, to bring in a lot of talented players, some of which came from Charlotte, obviously, following her here. But that's going to set up so well for the next few years here to where you're going to be able to get even better players if you want to out of the transfer portal and high school recruiting. It is a very promising future for this program, and it's only year 1. And with Ashley doing the job she's done and being, a positive force as a coach and whatnot, and the players seem to really appreciate her. I think this could be a really nice, few years here for South Carolina softball, maybe even the rest of the decade, where she's leading them to the postseason every year and potentially getting to OKC more than once.
We'll see what we know their destination. They're going to be playing here. We'll see what their draw is and seeding coming up on Sunday with Selection Sunday for the NCAA softball tournament. We'll switch gears over to football coming up next. A potential shift in the direction of the college football playoff and what the new structure is going to look like in 2026 and beyond. We'll dive into that coming up next. It is the halftime show. It's out at Jack Veltri, Cap and Dave producing an abbreviated show going until 1:45 here on The Game. Welcome back in. It's the halftime show. Tyler Head and Jack Beltry along with you. Again, only going up until about 1:40, and then we'll get out to Derek and Stewart for Gamecock baseball as they have games 2 and 3 today against Auburn because some weather moving through Alabama that wouldn't let tomorrow's games get played. So an abbreviated halftime show, but nonetheless a lot to get into. I saw this report from Ross Dellinger. I don't know about you, Jack. I'm a sucker to talk about the playoff and formatting because it's such a interesting topic. And look, we still don't know what 2026 is going to look like, but it's felt like for the past handful of months that 14 was the most likely outcome based on what was being reported from guys like Ross Dellinger and those kind of in the know. Well, yesterday he puts out that the powers that be with the 4 power conferences met in New York, and it seems that the leader in the clubhouse as of right now is a 16-team college football playoff for 26 and beyond with AQs, so 4 teams from the SEC, 4 teams from the Big Ten, 2 teams from the Big 12, 2 teams from the ACC, 1 group of 5, and then 3 at-larges to fill out the 16-team field. That seems to be right now the likely outcome we're going to get if things continue in this direction.
I kind of like it, to be honest, because you look at the fact of this past year with the CFP, you had the 5 automatic bids with the 4 highest conference champions, and then the 1 champion. Well, that was supposed to be the group of 5, but it ended up being Clemson as the 12 seed in the college football playoff. And then you had the at-large bids. And I think the big thing with this is that it's good to get more automatic bids from these different conferences and stuff. And then you look at the fact that there's only 3 at-large bids in this proposed potential 16-team bracket. And I think it makes it a lot easier for the playoff committee to not have to determine so many different fates of teams because, whether they admit it or not, there is inherently bias in the decision-making that goes on with the committee because it's not made up of people that have they are objective. It's people from different schools, athletic directors, former coaches, former players, writers. I mean, it's just a different collection of people that may or may not have biases, and that leads to some of the trouble that we've had with teams getting left out when maybe we feel like they should be put in the playoffs. So I think that minimizes it a bit, and then you get the auto bids with these different conferences getting majority of the representation in the bracket.
And that's an important thing to remember with this. And look, I've not necessarily been in favor of expansion. I understand it's part of it and it's going to happen. But what you have with automatic qualifiers is taking a lot of that work out of the committee's hands. Because, again, what did we talk about for the entire last couple weeks of the regular season is resumes and strength of schedule and this and that and all that kind of stuff. At least with AQs, you're letting teams determine their own fate to a large degree because, again, if this model goes through, the SEC and the Big Ten each get 4 teams in. So they'd say, and we'll get to how that's decided necessarily in a second, but you would say, okay, well, your 4 teams are going to be determined by your conference standings. So it's not up to a committee. It's not up to style points, strength of schedule, resume, and all that kind of stuff. We're going to take your top 4. They automatically get in. Now, yes, the at-large teams at the very back end, that would go to committee rankings. That is going to come up to a debate. But the scale in which the committee has power drastically gets reduced in this scenario, which I'm very much in favor of. Because, again, and the committee changes every single year. Their criteria changes every single year. The less power they have to decide who's playing for national championships, or at least in the tournament to play for a national championship, the better, in my opinion.
That's always been my main issue, I think, with the playoff, and even like going back to the BCS era with the national championship in college football was just, it's always, every single year, there's always that team that we feel like gets left out. And in the BCS days, I mean, you had a computer system determining all of this. So, maybe that felt wrong in a lot of ways, but then you let you let people, make the decisions here ever since the playoff was started back in 2014. And when it was 4 teams, you had the first year with TCU and Baylor both being left out, and you felt like, okay, those teams, got screwed over. And then you have obviously so many other cases throughout the years of teams being left out. And I just like the fact that, yes, we're still going to have that to some extent if this playoff format were to
be, fully realized, but it minimizes it to a good extent to where it's not going to be the talk of the town necessarily. Because last year with so many other teams like that were right in the mix, like South Carolina being one of them, there was a lot of scrutiny, a lot of people upset, and the committee got a lot of talking from different teams and fans and stuff, and it's definitely it makes it a lot easier when you're not having to deal with all that.
And this also opens up the SEC to move to a 9th game, which is what I think we all expect to happen. ESPN is reportedly going to pony up the money for that because you're not as worried about your resume, right? It's like, okay, if you want to make the playoff, your criteria is to be in the top 3 or top 4 in your respective conference standings. You get in, no questions asked. Now, determining the last couple spots is where this gets interesting. And this is something that's also gained some traction in the last couple months as well, but was included in Ross Dellinger's report based on these commissioners meeting in New York, that instead of having traditional conference championships, we would move to individual conference, essentially play-ins, right? So instead of like this past year where Georgia and Texas played for the SEC championship game and basically only played for seeding. Both those teams knew they were getting in. Same thing with the Big Ten, Oregon and Penn State. Neither team was in being threatened to lose their playoff spot. We knew they were both going to be in. It was just going to determine who was going to get a first-round bye and who wasn't. So instead of doing that, it sounds like starting in 2026, we are likely to see play-ins where, again, if the SEC has 4 spots, maybe it's 5 versus 6 in the conference standings. Maybe it's 3 versus 6 and 4 versus 5 to determine those final 2 spots, while number 1 and number 2 in the conference standings sit idle and wait for the playoff to start. So those are kind of the options on the table. But again, you almost have no value for a conference championship if you already know your top 2 teams are getting in anyway. So this does make sense if we can move to this model.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing about this is that, and I think it's something we've talked about plenty of times before, is the idea of, because the SEC, like for the conference championships, like the SEC in particular, when Georgia and Texas were playing this past year, they were all in the playoff. They were in the playoff already. Like there was no debate really. Like for teams that weren't getting in, like your Alabamas, Ole Miss, and South Carolina, they were, waiting and not playing. They were just waiting to see if maybe they could sneak in. And I think this is the way it needs to be moving forward because, in the past with the 14 playoff, the championships mattered so much because in a 14 playoff, the margin for error is so much thinner. But with the 12 team, you can afford to lose a few games. The problem is you have so many teams that kind of have the same dilemma where they lose 2 to 3 games. And it's like, all right, well, how do you pick the few best teams? And that's where I think having the auto bids, but also having the idea of making the championship kind of like a tournament in a sense where you can get the teams in that maybe weren't able to get in last year as at-large bids.
Again, if we're not going to shrink back down to 4 or 2 or whatever, I'm certainly in favor of this, ending up, being the outcome. So we'll see what happens. Sounds like that's what's going to be the outcome for 2026 if these conferences like the SEC and the Big Ten get their way, which it sounds like they are probably going to. We'll continue on our trip around South Carolina's 2025 schedule coming up next. Matthew Bruner, the Bengal Tiger, going to join us to talk about what's happening with LSU down in Baton Rouge. It is the halftime show. It's our head, Jack Beltry, Captain Dave producing on the other side of the glass on your Friday on the Game. Welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Belcher, Captain Dave producing on the other side of the glass. In case you just woke up, we are taking our tour around South Carolina's 2025 football schedule, getting insight into all the opponents as they move away from spring and on into the summertime. We now head down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana to check in on the LSU Tigers. Joining us now from the Bengal Tiger of On 3, it is Matthew Baroon. Matthew, first of all, appreciate you taking your time this afternoon. We move into another season with Brian Kelly. You come in year number one, make it the SEC championship, and have not been able to achieve those heights quite yet since then, despite having a Heisman Trophy winner a couple years ago and Jaden Daniels, and obviously very talented teams each and every year. What's kind of the temperament with the LSU fans and your head coach at this current moment?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Like you said, the first year to get to the SEC title game was a great first step, and then the second season to have Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas in that offense, and to not be able to get to 10 wins in the regular season was a disappointment. And then last year with the expanded playoff field, the hope was that you could sneak your way in there with the way that, even with Garrett Nussmeier being a new quarterback, you had an offensive line that was experienced, you had enough defensive pieces, you changed coordinators, and they weren't able to do that, faltering, down the stretch there with A&M, Florida, and Alabama losses. So, yeah, I think this is I know this is a big year for Brian Kelly, just in terms of, like you said, the temperament of the fan base has grown pretty restless at this point. But I think there is a renewed sense of hope because of the influx of NIL, the influx of really resources and what is being poured into this program right now. We know across college football, it's, a lot of resources, and whoever has the biggest donor base is getting a lot of the players. Well, LSU attacked the transfer portal. They've gotten that influx of money, and they have one of the best transfer portal classes in the country. So you pair that with the returners of Garrett Nussmeier, of Harold Perkins, of Aaron Anderson, and so on, and there's optimism that this is a top 10 roster in college football now, and now it's about executing and winning those games.
Turn Jack up.
Yesterday on Bengal Tiger, talking about how ranking the LSU position groups entering the summer. And you mentioned the offensive line there. Losing so many key guys from last season. How has LSU and Brian Kelly and company kind of gone about replacing the guys that they lost on the line? And when you look at the overall offense as a whole, Garrett Nussmeier, how much of the success of the offense last year had to do with the guys in the trenches?
It's complicated because I think on paper last year, obviously they had 4 guys that got drafted, Will Campbell, Emory Jones, and so on. On paper, they were a very talented group, but if you look at the games and just how it played out, heck, against South Carolina, they were dominated for the first half. Really, there were a lot of games where they had times where they really struggled, and Garrett Nussmeier was having to work off platform and whatnot. So it was a give and take, I think, from both sides, and now you lose all that talent. Even if it was kind of inconsistent last year, you lose all that talent. And they've added Josh Thompson from Northwestern, who is a legitimately good transfer player from the Big Ten. They added Braylon Moore from Virginia Tech, who was the starting center there the last 2 years. So they added a couple transfers. They have, high 4-star guys who were top 100 players in the class when they were out of high school, Tyree Adams, Weston Davis, and so forth. So the talent is there. But as we know, with any offensive line in the country, when you have to replace so much, there's just so much uncertainty. The continuity's in question. You don't know who's going to really step up and be those guys you can count on. But they have talent in theory. They have depth in theory, and it'll be interesting to see if they're able to not only protect Garrett Nussmeier, but also run the ball, which has been a significant problem for LSU under Brian Kelly, is traditional running the ball, not just Jaden Daniels when he was here, running around for 100 yards a game, but the traditional run game is going to be really important as well.
Again, talking to Matthew Brune of the Bengal Tiger about LSU ahead of South Carolina heading down to Death Valley coming up later on in the year. Let's talk about Garrett Nussmeier for a minute. I see him on a lot of lists when it comes to potentially being the number one overall pick, being very high on Heisman list, and all those kind of things in terms of odds. At the same time, though, and maybe I'm off base on this, but I want to get your thoughts. I still feel like he's kind of flying under the radar in a way that people just don't talk about him a lot in general. Do you feel the same way about that? What do you feel like the coverage outside of LSU is when it comes to Garrett Nussmeier?
Yeah, I thought last year he was under the radar a bit, and I understand he had the interception numbers got up on him, but I think if you watch LSU play, he was a lot of the reason they had any success on offense. I mean, they weren't able to run the ball. The wide receivers were disappointing in a lot of areas, and he was kind of having to make something out of nothing a lot of times. So just having watched him progress and having watched him grow over the past 3 years, I definitely think he is one of the best quarterbacks in the country. And that's not to say he can't improve. That's not to say he doesn't need to get the turnover worthy plays down. But I do think we go into this year and, you know, there's a lot of unproven quarterbacks, whether it's Lagway, Sellers, whether it's Manning, you know, go down the list of guys that are entering a big year. I think Nussmeier has the arm talent to be the best quarterback in the country. So it'll come down to decision making. It'll come down to, you know, protection, playmakers on the perimeter. But I'm not sure if he's underrated right now. I definitely think he has the arm talent to be a great quarterback. But now it's about putting it all together.
Let's flip over to the other side of the ball for a sec. Talking about the defense, what are your early expectations for the unit as a whole going into the season, and where are you kind of looking for the defense to make strides or improve off of last year?
Yeah, I think the defense should be substantially better. I think 2 years ago, like I said, with the Heisman winning quarterback, they had a defense that ranked outside the top 100 in several significant categories. So they fired Matt House, they bring in Blake Baker from Missouri, and they took a substantial step forward there, got into around like the top 50, top 60 range in most of the categories. I think this year they should expect a reasonable step forward. Not saying they're going to be a top 10 defense by any means, but I think getting into the top 30 in most categories is a reasonable step forward. I think Harold Perkins coming back from injury is significant. Whit Weeks coming back another year is huge. And then the secondary is completely remade. They've added a top 10 player in the country, 5-star freshman DJ Pickett. They added A.J. Halsey from Houston, who was the number 13 player in the transfer portal. They added a couple other high-level transfers as well. So if nothing else, you now have talent in the back end, and now it's about figuring it out and making it all work. That's going to be the area of improvement that should be the most drastic, is in the secondary, where last year they were just kind of outclassed in a lot of games in that sense. This year they should at least have the talent, they should have the athleticism, and should be able to match up in the secondary much better. So if you figure out, you know, how to use Harold Perkins correctly, if you have the defensive line getting after the quarterback the way I think it should be a much better defense than we've seen the past few years.
Again, talking to Matthew Brune of the Bengal Tiger about LSU for the 2025 season. One of those position groups you mentioned is struggling was wide receiver room. You ranked them number 2 on your position group rankings coming away from spring. And one addition that may have kind of flown under the radar for a lot of people, Nick Anderson, who sat out last season in Oklahoma with an injury but had 800 yards and 10 touchdowns the season prior on that 10-win Oklahoma team. So I imagine a lot of buzz and excitement of what his potential is in that offense working with Garrett Nussmeier.
Yeah, so Nick Anderson is interesting because, like you said, he's been in college for 3 years. He only played that 1 year at Oklahoma, and he was terrific. He was really a high-level playmaker for them. But then in the spring, he gets here, and he was kind of still working back from that injury, so we didn't really get to see him full go So I'm still kind of waiting. I'm still kind of waiting to see him whether in person or just hear about him really exploding. So he's going to be, I think he's the X factor with this wide receiver core. You know what you're going to get from most of the other guys. If Nick Anderson plays at the level they played at in 2023, we're talking about one of the best receiving cores in the country. Along with him, Barian Brown from Kentucky is the other transfer. Barian Brown has had 3 straight really solid years at Kentucky, but I think with Nussmeier and I think within this offense, he's going to have a really, really strong season. He has elite speed. He leads the country in kickoff returns for touchdowns right now with 5 in his career, so it kind of speaks to his fluidity as an athlete and his top-end speed. And so with those 2 transfers, in addition to, Aaron Anderson had 800 yards receiving last year. Chris Hilton, towards the end of the year, once he got healthy, is a explosive player. I think they have significantly more speed and options and kind of different ways they can attack a defense now compared to last year where they were kind of slower and kind of forced them to be possession receivers.
He's Matthew Brune of the Bengal Tiger. I know a lot of Gamecock fans looking forward to that trip to Death Valley later on this year, and I'm sure we'll be checking with you before that game gets here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. That's Matthew Brune again from the Bengal Tiger with On 3. We'll come back, hit our Firehouse Subs text of the hour, and wrap up hour number 1 of the abbreviated halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Beltry, Cap and Dave with you on your Friday on the game. Welcome back in. Halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Beltry. Captain Dave wrapping up hour number 1. Again, we're only going until about 1:40 today. And then we'll get you out to Derek and Stewart for pregame coverage of the doubleheader out there in Auburn as the Gamecocks look to avoid further embarrassment as they fell 24-2 last night in game number 1 on national TV, no less, which I think makes that much worse. It is time for our text of the hour, 803-404-6100. Jack, earlier on this morning, we gave the latest update at the time in reference to the Bill Belichick situation, which at the time was that his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, had been banned from the football facility and all matters, according to Pablo Torre and the sources that he has. A nameless texter weighed in about that time, said, that's a great plot for a new soap opera, Chapel Bill. Since we discussed that earlier on this morning, we have an update. We have a press release from the University of North Carolina contradicting what these sources say. The press release reads, while Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the University of Carolina or at the University or Carolina Athletics, she is welcomed to the Carolina football facilities. Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university. And once again, we go in this circle where very reputable people within the media industry tell us one thing, and the university immediately comes out with something that contradicts it. So I don't know what to believe. I just know this is a mess.
It's a disaster. It is a soap opera. I mean, it's crazy how this whole thing has played out. And again, the biggest thing is the season hasn't even started yet. It's the craziest thing that we've gotten enough drama to cover an entire football season for one team, but it's taken place over a few months before the season even begins. So I can't even imagine what it's going to be like if North Carolina doesn't produce results on the field. And look, we obviously don't know the full truth of this, but obviously something is clearly up. And North Carolina had to put out the flames a little bit by putting out that PR statement. And whether it's true or not, who knows? I mean, I guess we'll see when the season does begin or when North Carolina begins practice, if we see Jordan Hudson around the team or not. But I thought it was interesting how they said she is not involved in the university by any means, but like she handles all of Bill's personal affairs, which I think is kind of like he can't take care of that himself, or he doesn't have like a PR team for that.
And that's where this gets weird, because after the interview thing a couple weeks ago on CBS, I forget who did it, but somebody did the digging that Chapel Bill is like a brand that they've come up with since he's gone to North Carolina. There's like a LLC for it or whatever, but there's not like, it's not a thing. Like it doesn't really exist based on who, I forget what reporter dug into it, but like it's just a name as of right now. So they're not really sure exactly what she's managing, if that makes sense. I know he's got the book thing, which is what that CBS interview revolved mainly around, that she didn't want him to discuss their relationship and all that kind of stuff. So it's still very much shrouded in mystery of what exactly she is doing. And again, the fact she's interjecting herself into that interview, we have the story about her being CC'd on all emails that he sends or receives now, and a lot of other things in addition to her being on the field at practices in the spring game. Like it's just all really bizarre. There's going to be a really good 30 for 30 on this in a couple years, but we're going to have to wait because we're still living in the moment, figuring out all these details slowly.
It's just a mess, man. And if you're North Carolina, look, I understand the fact that you put out a statement, but like that's not the statement I expected to be put out. I would have expected something maybe along the lines of it being true. I don't know. Like it's just, why would you want to continue to deal with this issue? And if you're Bill, from a football standpoint, like imagine you have players coming up to you saying that like they don't like that Jordan is, around the program so often and she's, interfering and causing problems and stuff. It's just like, why are you letting this drag out? And it's going to affect your football program, because if you're losing, you're going to lose, commitments. You're going to have guys entering the portal. I mean, we're in this day and age where one little thing can affect the whole nucleus of a team. And with this case here, I mean, it's a real problem, I think.
And my thing is, you have this release coming out today to contradict the reports coming out earlier, first reported on by Pablo Torre, that if you do end up having to ban her from the facility later on, you're going to look that much more stupid, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. Like, they shouldn't have. This is a mistake saying that the way they did. Like, I think it truly just was to put out the flames to a fire that probably didn't need to be put out, to be honest. Because I mean, I don't know. It's a real mess, and you got to figure it out. But if you're Bill, I mean, is he happy? That's the big thing. Like, besides football, is he actually happy with this girl?
I don't know. And that's the things that we're probably not going to find out for sure. Because, again, it's not like you can talk about the relationship on camera. Talking with Weston Chris in the last hour, we were kind of looking at week number 1. Do you realize that North Carolina plays the Monday night Memorial Day or Labor Day game against TCU? So this program is going to be a front and center at the end of week 1 of college football this year.
Oh, yeah. They're the only show in town. So it's going to be spotlighted heavily. And then, look, if North Carolina wins the game, that's, it's probably a big monkey off their back in week 1. But that doesn't even solve the overall thing that, like, you have to go out. It's not a 1-week league. You got to go out here and play well for 12 games. And, I mean, people have high expectations, I think, for North Carolina. Me, I'd say get to a bowl game. But if the results are not good this year, it's going to be a real issue out there in Chapel Hill.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. That's definitely for sure. We'll get into some more football talk coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour with football, and more football as we take a look at college football in the year 2038. What is it going to look like? We'll hit that coming up next. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Beltry, Gavin Day producing on the other side of the glass here on the game. We do have a break here, right? Welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Veltri filling in for Terry Ford. Captain Dave on the other side of the glass. We're going to hit our final opponent of the week coming up at 1:15 with Adam Luckett of KSR to talk some Kentucky football. I did have a guy scheduled for 2:30 talk Oklahoma with us. Unfortunately, because of baseball, we did lose the last hour and 15 minutes of the show. So we almost got all 10 opponents in. But baseball had other plans, I guess.
Yeah, thanks a lot, baseball. Now the torture of sitting. Luckily, sitting at home and watching these games, it is what it is. For the fans out there, they can turn the game off. They are not subject to torturing themselves, even though a lot of them clearly do. But yeah, I do wish we were able to get all 10 teams in, and look, if we were able to get Coastal and SC State in there as well, if they were major prominent teams, we'd love to, but we fell a little bit short.
Yeah, I guess, last night you obviously had the opportunity to switch over to softball, which didn't end up, being much better. They lost A&M, though, again, that's a lot more excusable than what baseball was doing. It's a weird thing when you're watching, it can be your favorite team. Sometimes maybe it's morbid curiosity of, how bad can this get? You're watching that game last night, can Auburn really put 30 on this team? Not that you're cheering for them to do that, but you're almost curious to see if it can get that bad, right? Am I the only one that thinks that way?
No, I think you're totally valid in thinking that way. And the other thing I think a lot of people are probably thinking, is, you hear Paul Maneri talk about the fact that he's not going anywhere. And that came right after a weekend in which you were outscored 39-8 and you got swept by Florida. And the next game after that, after he says that, they have their worst, largest defeat of the season in terms of the margin they lost by. And I think you're almost, as a fan, if you're a South Carolina fan, you're probably wanting to see this happen just so there's more justification for potentially moving on from him or whatever. But at the same time, you want your team to do well. It's just they're not playing nearly good baseball, in any stratosphere. It's just been a really hard season for them, and it's not getting any better.
Yeah, again, doubleheader starting today at 2 o'clock, pregame at 1:45 with Derrickson Stewart out there on the Plains in Auburn. It is the 1 o'clock hour, though, and that means football, and more football. And I want to loop back around to a conversation we had earlier on this morning. So Notre Dame and Clemson agreed to a 12-year scheduling agreement earlier on this week. So they will play each other home and away, back and forth over the course of the next 12 years, which lasts until 2038. For reference, the freshmen on those teams in 2038 are currently 6 years old right now. What grade are you in at 6? First grade? Is that right?
Yeah, first grade.
So the future potential stars of that final game of that series are currently first graders as of right now. And we look at college sports and how much changes so quickly. Again, if you look at it 10 years ago compared to now, it's night and day how many things have changed, how crazy it's gotten in so many aspects. So I want to look at college sports through a couple different questions on how different it could look by the time 2038 rolls around. We're playing these final games between Clemson and Notre Dame, at least for this contract, assuming that they do end up fulfilling the entire thing. So the first question becomes, does the NCAA even exist? Or does it exist presiding over college football? I think is a better question, because college football is the one sport that the NCAA, or at least at the FBS level, the NCAA does not sponsor their championship. They do everything else, baseball, basketball, soccer. Those are all NCAA championships. But the highest NCAA football championship is FCS, which is what North Dakota State and wins all the time. The college football playoff is its own entity. So is the BCS. So, all these other entities, it has never been under the NCAA umbrella. So it's the one sport that has the opportunity to break away if it really, really wants to. And I guess the question is, will the NCAA have any kind of umbrella over college football in 2038?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And it kind of harkens back to the conversation we did have earlier, Tyler, in the morning, that, I think college football is in a league of its own in terms of they have the power to not fall under the jurisdiction of a corporation like the NCAA. Baseball, men's basketball, women's basketball, other sports like that probably still remain under it. So the NCAA, I don't know if the NCAA will exist entirely, but in terms of football, though, without a doubt, I think football is kind of on its own here.
And look, there's a very real chance it could be gone completely because, again, they lose power seemingly by the day. They lose every lawsuit they get in. Again, Rasul Faison seeking legal help to try and get his eligibility granted for 2025, and he probably will because the NCAA doesn't have many legs to stand on. So 12 years from now, they may not exist. We could have a completely different entity that oversees college sports that makes the NCAA a thing of the past. So we'll certainly have to see there. Next question becomes, how many teams will be in the SEC? We have 16 right now. Oh, that was weird. We have 16 teams in the SEC right now. The Big Ten leads the way with 18. ACC has 17. And it's important to remember, 2036 is the end of the grant of rights with the ACC. So the opportunity for North Carolina, Virginia, Virginia Tech, Clemson, Florida State, all those schools, Miami, to explore joining other conferences is very much on the table. I think we discussed you got to be at least somewhere in the realm of 20, right?
I think so. I think 20 definitely has to be on the table. I mean, anything more than that might be a bit much. I don't know. It just depends on what happens with other conferences, like you said. Like, what's going to happen with the ACC? You know, where do those teams just all spread out? I mean, how many would join the SEC when we kind of get to that point where we need to have that discussion? But I think it just depends on like what the other conferences do too. What does the Big Ten do? What happens with the Big 12? Because I think they're kind of just holding on to, you know, some of the teams that were left over besides, you know, Oklahoma and Texas, who both left. And then you take a bunch of group of 5 teams and you got the Pac-12 kind of reforming a little bit. So I just wonder, my point is how much of a super conference are we going to see throughout college football? And I think the SEC, they've done a pretty good job of keeping it, you know, the way it should be in the Southeast, a little bit out to the Southwest, I would say, but geographically, it makes sense.
Well, and here's the thing for me, is the money continues to get farther and farther apart between what the SEC and the Big Ten are making compared to the ACC and the Big 12, and I don't see that gap closing anytime soon. And there's because here's the thing, if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten, you're not going to leave those conferences to go join one where you're making, you know, at least like half the money, right? So those conferences are only going to grow, and I don't see any TV contract or any kind of deal that the ACC or the Big 12 is going to strike that's going to put them truly close enough to those top 2 conferences to make it competitive. So when those deals come up and you have the opportunity to finally leave those conferences, I feel like the vast majority of those teams are going to try and find a new home. And look, we've talked about the SEC and the Big Ten, you know, looking towards being a super conference plenty of times. I think by that point, we could be looking at maybe 24 on each side and have, you know, 48 true Power 2 conference football and deciding the championship that way or something crazy like that. Again, there's a lot of logistics to work out with that and things to nail down, but I wouldn't be shocked if that's what we're talking about by 2038, personally.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. I think we do get to a point where I think the SEC and the Big Ten have most of the power right now, and I think they are going to ultimately be the deciding factors in what does, like, circling back to the NCAA part of it, like what happens with that. I think the SEC and the Big Ten have enough of a say in what happens moving forward, and I think they're going to eventually add more teams. And, you know, is it ideal? Maybe not. I don't know. I think it also goes back to the playoff conversation too of, you know, what happens with that. Like I feel like the SEC and the Big Ten are going to, you know, have the most bids of any team or any conference that gets automatic bids. But, you know, do you get more with the fact of having more teams in the conference? How does that all work? So it's very interesting, but 16 is good right now. It's just, you don't want to get to a point where it's like what you have with the Big Ten, where you have Oregon and Washington and all these teams that don't make sense in terms of the Big Ten. That's supposed to be kind of like Midwest, Northeast.
Well, and that leads to the next question of how many teams will be in the college football playoff, if we're still calling it that at that point in time, because again, we're realistically looking at 16 come next year. But again, the more games you have, the more teams you can include, the more money you're going to make. And ESPN and the powers that be are always going to lean towards making more money. So I mean, 24, because that's what FCS does right now. I mean, if our theoretical Super League comes to fruition and, let's just say that they allow, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 spots for somebody from the ACC or the Big 12 just to throw them a bone, then you're talking about 20-ish teams between 2 power conferences, deciding the national championship. Like, again, there's a lot of specifics to work out on how that would work, but I'm not going to be shocked if that's where we're at, come then.
The FCS does it pretty well with having the 24-team format, and I think that's probably about as high as I'd be willing to see it go. I just think anything beyond that, you also have to consider the other external factors of you're competing with the NFL, which college football has clearly shown they're not going to compete with the NFL that's why the national championship is on Mondays, because you have the NFL playoffs going on Saturdays and Sundays. So you can't compete with that as much as we would like to see the national championship on a Saturday where it belongs. And then the other thing you have to think about is, how far out are you willing to take this thing? Like, are you willing to go? It goes until about January 20th right now. So about the third week in January. Are you willing to take this out further? Or are you willing to maybe move the season up a little bit? In maybe, I don't know what you do necessarily. You're going to have to start earlier with the playoff if you're trying to not take this season into, by that point, we'll be well into conference basketball season. And that's kind of just too much of a crossover, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah. And the last question here, because of NIL, we're talking about $3 and $4 million quarterbacks per season right now. Arch Manning, Carson Beck, guys like that. For a single season in 2038, what is the highest NIL value somebody is going to have?
Double digits. I think we're definitely going to see someone make over $10 million, and it's probably going to be a quarterback. And, we don't know the full scale of the actual numbers, but when you look it up and stuff, I mean, Shedeur Sanders was listed at making $6.9 million in his NIL evaluation according to On3. Now, how accurate are those things? Who knows? And is that over his career earnings or is that just in a season? But I think we are getting to a point where we see multi-year deals with a guy like Bryce Underwood making about $10 million. I think we do get to a point where, not just for inflation, but the value of a player in the future, like a 5-star freshman, you're going to have to offer him top dollar. And if there's a really good transfer out there, you might have to give him that upper echelon of the $10 million range, almost like a free agent deal at that point.
Well, and that's, I know we're going to enter revenue sharing here likely in a couple months, but NIL is not going away. And if you want to get the high-level talent, you're still going to have good NIL packages to entice those guys to come, unless there's some kind of collective bargaining agreement, that comes at some point down the line where we can kind of wrangle in some of these ridiculous numbers that, again, I never thought we'd get to when NIL went live back in 2021. So, yeah, if we're talking about 12, 13, 14, $15 million quarterbacks by 2038, I'm not going to be shocked by it, because that just kind of seems like the road that we are heading down. We'll continue on our trip around South Carolina's 2025 schedule, talk some Kentucky Wildcats with Adam Luckett of KSR. Coming up next as the abbreviated halftime show rolls on with Tyler Head, Jack Felcher, and Captain Dave on your Friday on the Game. Welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Beltry, Captain Dave hanging out with you on your Friday here on the game. Continuing on our tour through South Carolina's 2025 schedule, time to talk some Kentucky Wildcats. Joining us on the Love Chevrolet phone line from KSR, it is Adam Luckett. Adam, first of all, appreciate you taking your time and holding there on the commercial break. As we look ahead to the 2025 season, a lot of focus goes to Mark Stoops every single year in terms of what his job security is. His bowl streak ended last year with a 4-8 campaign. Where does he sit right now in terms of the warmth of his seat going into this season?
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for having me on. Happy Friday. That's a great question because there is a very, very large buyout. So if Kentucky did want to move on, I don't know if it'd be something they could even pay if they wanted to. They would probably have to come to some type of settlement agreement. So that in and of itself kind of doesn't really put him on the hot seat, but that is kind of a conversation people are having on bar stools and in line at the grocery store around the state. It's just what's going on with the team. If it got bad enough, is Stoops really going to get fired? Would he get fired? There's a portion of the fan base that wants him fired, I think, right now, but they are kind of handcuffed by this albatross of a buyout that he has right now. And so it definitely makes this interesting, and it puts a lot of pressure on them going into this year, because I think there's a very good case to be made that it could get off the tracks, and it could maybe get somewhat ugly when it comes to the birds and support and people outspoken about the program. So it's going to be a very interesting season just from that lens. Just can Stoops get this back on the tracks? And if he doesn't, are they able to survive like the PR hit they're going to take to maybe run it back if they have to do that?
Hey, Adam, it's Jack. Thanks for joining us. Kind of going off that, what are, in your mind and people that you talk to and stuff, what are the expectations for the program this year, aside from the fact of like Mark Stoops' job is, up in the air, obviously coming into the year, but what are the expectations? Yeah, first of all, I don't have the home record stats in front of me, but they lost every power conference home game last year. I believe they're like 2-9 or 2-10 in their last 12 SEC home games. So first things first, they need to win a home game or two. Like, that would help a lot. So I think expectations for the fans are like, go win one of these games that we're coming to every when we're buying season tickets for. So I think that's expectation. And then I think if you told Kentucky fans, you gave them true serum, if they said Mark Stoops went 7-5 against this schedule, they would be very happy and very probably looking forward to 26 with the direction of the program. 6-6, it's a little more complicated. So I really think the expectation is kind of get to a bowl game. At Kentucky, I think there is an acceptance of that you're going to have a step down every once in a while. And last year was that. It was just kind of the context of how it happened really upset some people. So I would say just make a bowl game every year is kind of the expectation. And even Stoops has talked out loud kind of about that. So that to me, if you were going to say what's the expectation of Kentucky fans, I think that's the expectation, is to make bowl games consistently, and then once every decade or a couple times a decade be able to swing up and maybe make a run at what's going to be a 12 or 16 team playoff if you could get. But really the expectation is just to make a bowl game every year.
And talking Kentucky football with Adam Luckett of KSR, seems to be that Zach Calzada is leading the way at the quarterback battle as right now. You have Cutter Boley as a redshirt freshman, also in competition there. And for those that may not remember, Zach Calzada was previously at Texas A&M a couple seasons ago, been an Incarnate Word the past couple years. What's kind of the report on him through spring and what he can bring to the table for this Kentucky offense?
Yeah, that's interesting because their spring, I think a lot of spring practices around the country was really, really quiet. We really got to see them once. Their spring game wasn't really a spring game. It was more kind of a non-tackle scrimmage. So we really didn't get to see as much on Calzada. All we really know right now is this guy is a big, experienced quarterback who can run the football a little bit if you need him to, and has won games in this league and has a really big arm. I think the biggest takeaway was probably that kind of his vertical, I would say, arm talent, being able to drive the ball down the field vertically. That's probably going to be a big part of what they do. It's going to be a run-heavy offense, and they're going to try to throw it deep with Calzada. So if you're asking me kind of what is the expectation this year, I don't think it's going to be a quarterback that throws it 30 times a game. They're probably going to try to run the ball and then hit hit defenses deep in the deep passing game. So that's kind of the expectation for Calzada. And overall, I think they were really just looking for a high floor quarterback after kind of how everything worked out last year with Brock Vandagriff, which was an addition. They probably had a little more variance. You thought the ceiling was pretty high, but you didn't know what his floor was as a player. I think with Calzada, you at least kind of know the floor. This is a guy who's played a lot of football. And if he plays like he did A&M back in 2021, which I don't think is an unreasonable expectation, he's probably a middle-of-the-road quarterback, but definitely not a situation last year where you have what was probably the worst QB play in the SEC when it was all said and done.
You wrote the story this morning on KSR about, Kentucky's wide receiver room having quite the roster flip, as you put it. But just in general, 29 scholarship players left the program, and there were 24 scholarship additions from the portal, and that's not even including the 21 high school commitments they got back in December. So my question to you is, when you're looking at the roster as a whole and you're seeing the new guys coming in, who do you feel like has the best chance to make a massive impact for this team?
That is a great question, and it's kind of hard to say because I think more of Kentucky's portal strategy was not necessarily like we got to go out and find some stars, some game changers. It was really more so we've got to build depth in competition. And our roster, Kentucky, I think, felt their roster didn't have the depth it needed, and so they didn't have built-in answers when things went wrong during the season. So I think a big goal for them was kind of to reset the roster. I think when you look at any place, I would look at the offensive line because that's probably where they spent the money positional-wise, that they have really invested in the offensive line. So for Kentucky, I'm not sure they have a star tailback or a star receiver, but they want to run the ball, and they can only do that if that offensive line is really operating. So the offensive line kind of needs to be one of the best positional units on the team for them this year. If it's not, they are going to be in real big trouble.
In talking Kentucky football with Adam Luckett of KSR, we were talking a little bit earlier about format changes in college football and likely a ninth conference game being added to the SEC soon, which would likely require locked-in opponents every single year. And anytime this conversation comes up, South Carolina and Kentucky seem to get paired up as two teams that don't have a lot of set rivals within the conference. I'm curious, in the past couple of years, with last year kind of being the exception, these two teams play very tight games, very physical, very, very interesting games. How does Kentucky's fan base view this matchup with South Carolina every single year?
Yeah, I think it's looked at as a game like Kentucky fans expect to win or know that their team needs to win to have a successful season. South Carolina is an opponent that Kentucky, they just have to beat. You look at specifically the Stoops era when they've had good seasons, pretty much all of them, maybe except one or two, that have included a win over South Carolina. Stoops' first, really, I would say, big win at Kentucky was against South Carolina in 2014. So it's just, I think it's there for Kentucky and programs like them. South Carolina's probably the same way. There's, you're fighting uphill against some of the Georgias and the Texases now and the Alabamas or whatever, and they're on the schedule. But there's a group of teams you feel like you're in there with and that are probably going to play 50-50 close games with. And so you just got to win more of those than you lose them over a long stretch of time. And I think that's how Kentucky feels about that. It's a game their fans kind of expect to win, but I think the reason they expect it to win is because they know that it's one of the, I wouldn't say few winnable games, but there's games each year that it's just going to be really hard to win. So if you got to win some of these 50-50 games to have a good season and to have a good program.
And kind of going off that, you said there were some 50-50 games. looking back at the schedule last year, there were definitely a lot of games that, definitely they could have won. You go back to the Georgia game, they lose by a point. They obviously beat Ole Miss at the Grove. You have the Florida game was a bit of a blowout. Auburn was a little bit close, and then Tennessee obviously was close too. Do you feel like, obviously a lot's changed with the roster and whatnot, but the coaching staff is mostly the same with Stoops at the top. Do you feel like this team has what it takes to be able to win the games that maybe they lost last year?
Yeah, the interesting thing about that was they actually played their best against the best teams. That Tennessee game was a one-possession game pretty much the whole game, and Brock Vandagriff got hurt during the game. And even with Vandagriff out, Kentucky hit the ball down one score in the fourth quarter, and they were in Tennessee territory before throwing an interception.
and Georgia, obviously, you pointed that one out. They beat Ole Miss at Ole Miss when Ole Miss was scoring like 70 points per game there in September. They played their best against the best teams, but I think that showed Kentucky had a little bit more, I would say, star power on the roster, but not at maybe the depth that they needed. Where they really disappointed teams, and why people are upset locally here, I think, with Stoops, is that the games that they should win, the home games, teams that you are really on an even playing field with, you're just not beating. Auburn ran for like 400 yards in that game. If it wasn't for some turnovers, that game gets really, really sideways. The South Carolina game, like that was a big game, and they just looked totally one, they looked outclassed from like a player-wise, which felt weird going into that game, and then it just felt like they didn't really have an answer when things started to go bad for the offense early in the year. And then Vanderbilt, the game at home to Vanderbilt, and it was a game full of, like, I would say, self-inflicted mistakes for Kentucky, not scoring on the 1 yard line, having a false start at the one. Opening drive, they have an unsportsmanlike penalty that takes them out of field goal range. So that is really the frustration because this year is not about what happens, I think, when Kentucky plays Georgia or Texas. It's going to be about what happens when Kentucky plays Louisville, when Kentucky plays Vanderbilt. If Tennessee takes a step back, when Kentucky plays Tennessee at home, when Kentucky plays Auburn, those are more so games that really, really matter, I think, this year for Stoops. It's not necessarily what happens against some of the, the national, I would say, the national championship contenders.
Appreciate the insight, Adam. We got to hit a break. We'll check in with you as the fall rolls around. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, it's halftime show here on The Game. Welcome back in. Halftime show. Tyler Head, Jack Belcher, Captain Dave along with you for just a couple more minutes here. Then we'll get you out to Derek and Stewart on the call for Gamecock baseball as game number 2, game number 1 of a doubleheader with Auburn rolls at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock as they try and salvage something. Again, I highly doubt a lot of people were tuned into last night's game anyway, but those that were probably tuned out pretty quickly when they found themselves down, 12-1 at the end of the third inning, I believe, and it only got worse from there. I said this on Monday, or I said this yesterday maybe, going into last night's game. Avoid embarrassing yourself, which they clearly did not do in game 1 on national television on ESPN2, no less. Same message today. Just if you're going to lose, which that's fine, whatever, don't lose like that. Can we lose a 5-3 game and just be normal with it for once? Like, is that too much to ask?
I mean, look, it's been really tough for South Carolina lately, right? They've been they've given up 63 runs over the last 4 games, and is that going to stop today? I mean, I don't know. I don't know who they're going to throw game 2 because you're throwing Jake McCoy in game 1, and you didn't use a lot of pitchers last night. But you kind of hope that you're able to get some length out of Jake today and that he can give you a good start. And these are going to be 9-inning doubleheaders, so you're going to have to play a full 18 today, and that's going to be a lot on this pitching staff. And I mean, look, it cannot get any worse than last night, but as we know, it always has the potential to get much, much worse if the pitching cannot hold their own.
Well, technically, they could be 7-inning games if the run rule comes into effect again. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yeah. Look, if it gets out of hand at that point, I'm all here for the 7 innings, but you hope you see a better outcome than last night. I mean, you just can't get embarrassed like that in game 1 and then continue that trend moving forward, especially heading home next week.
Yeah, and again, you still got 4, or counting today, you got 5 more regular season games. You have at least 1 game out in Hoover coming up in a little over a week's time. So you still got baseball to play. You can't just fold and not show up. So, and not that you can salvage anything from even winning these last 5 games or last 6 games in a row. But again, just trying not to be the butt of the joke. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Missouri is the worst team in the SEC, but we've known they've given up for a while now, and they're not really trying because baseball doesn't really matter to them out there. But just not being the laughingstock of the league is a tall ask, and maybe if you could manage to win 1 or 2 games, that's worth something. But it's going to be a long, uncomfortable offseason, that's for sure.
South Carolina should not even have to be in the same conversation as Missouri, but here we are, rough year. So much has gone wrong, and if Missouri wasn't in the SEC like they shouldn't be for baseball, South Carolina would be the worst team in this league. So got a lot to fix, but it's not going to be fixed in one day, and you just hope you can go out there and play a little bit better today.
Well, the fortunate thing about a doubleheader today is that leaves the weekend pretty much wide open. No game tomorrow, no game Sunday, which is Mother's Day, by the way. Shout out to all the moms out there, and happy early Mother's Day. So you can at least get the baseball stuff out of the way today. So there's that.
Yep, looking forward to it. Hope everyone has a wonderful Mother's Day. Shout out to all the moms out there. And let's hope for some better baseball today. That would be nice for sure.
Yeah, again, I hope, and I won't be here next week, but I hope come, Monday you guys aren't having to talk about another dreadful couple games to wrap up the Auburn series and dreading looking ahead to LSU coming to town next week.
We're getting close to the end, man. We're getting close. It's almost there. Almost there.
Well, Jack, I appreciate you stepping in for Terry. We'll call you out of the bullpen down the line when we need you again, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks for having me on this week. I really do appreciate it.
All right, I'll be out next week, but Terry Ford will be back. You can hang out with him and Captain Dave coming up on Monday. We're about to throw things out to Derek and Stewart out in Auburn, game number 2 between South Carolina and Auburn for the doubleheader today. This has been the halftime show for Jack Veltri and Captain Dave. I'm Tyler Head. Enjoy your weekend. Happy Mother's Day here on The Game.